Hi, my name is Christian Terwiesch. I've been a professor of operations management here at the Wharton School for over 20 years. I also teach classes on operations and innovation at Perman's School of Medicine. Welcome to my course on operations management. Before we get into the academic details of this course, let me say a word or two about myself. As you can sense from my accent, I sound like a German. That is because I am a German. At times, I might also come across a little bit like a control freak. That is because I am a control freak. So you might be thinking, great, I'm stuck now with a German control freak teaching me operations management. Yes, that's exactly the deal. The goal of my course is to help you analyze and improve the way that you or others work. Your professional background might be in big companies or in small companies. You might want to become a management consultant, or you dream of starting your own company. Either way, I want to help you reimagine the way that work gets done. Now, you might be saying, wait a minute, how can this guy in the video help me improve how I work? I know my work better than anybody. This is a common concern that I hear about academics and consultants. And you know what, there's certainly some merit to your point. So let me be clear of what this course does and does not do. I cannot tell you how to do your work. Nobody knows your work better than you do. But what I can do is teach you some tools about how to analyze what you do and how to improve it. The academic discipline of analyzing and improving work is called operations management. Operations comes from the Latin word opus, which means work. So operations management is about helping people analyze and improve the way that they work. As you and I work together in this course, my job is to provide you with the most important tools of operations management. We will talk about process maps, flows, and bottlenecks. We talk about waste, variability, and inflexibility. We talk about lean and Six Sigma and process improvements, and lots of other cool stuff. The other thing you might be wondering is, what does he mean when he talks about improving my work? Whenever consultants show up, their primary goal surely is to cut costs. Let me be clear. This is not a cost-cutting course. To see what I mean with improvement, let's take a look at an example. Let's say you and I want to go out and grab a coffee. You like a latte, I like a hot chocolate, and so we agree to meet in a Starbucks. What does it take for Starbucks to make us happy customers? For us to turn into happy customers, a couple of things have to be in place. First of all, we have to get to a Starbucks without too much inconvenience. Now, for the better or for the worse, there are 11,000 of them in the United States, so location should not be a problem. Then we want to order our coffee and get it without too much of a waiting time. Let's not talk about price today, I will pay. But clearly price matters to consumers. Once we have the cup in our hand, we want to enjoy the consumption of the coffee. Starbucks lets you offer and order your coffee in a gazillion different ways, so I'm sure we find something that will match your preferences. But even when you get your medium latte with skim milk and chocolate dusting, we need a good coffee to begin with. Good coffee means a good recipe, and the employee at Starbucks needs to execute that recipe and process your order correctly, so you don't end up with a cup of green tea. Now let me share a somewhat personal story. I've been commuting by bike to Penn for the years I lived here. I also have spent 20 years of my life racing on the bike and in the Ironman series. In 2005, I went out on a training ride. For reasons that will never be clear to me, the brake cable became loose and got between the wheels and the fork. This is what the fork looked like. I went head first onto the pavement. My helmet protected my skull, but my face was sliding over the pavement. To state the obvious, at that moment I was in need of health care. But what does good care look like? Let's see if our coffee example provides any insight into how we would operationalize the idea of good care. How about you pause the video for a minute and think about what I needed bleeding on the pavement of Wynwood Avenue. What makes for good care? Okay, pause now. Okay, here we go again. Here's how I think about my customer needs with some distance, no bleeding, and some fake teeth in my mouth. First, in an accident like this, time is critical. An ambulance arrived in minutes and drove me to the Penn Medicine Trauma Center. The trauma center was close by ambulance about a 15-minute drive. Once we got to the trauma center, I did not have to wait in line, but I was in a trauma bay before I woke up. Second, the doctors and the care team, they were the specialists I needed. At that moment, I needed a trauma surgeon, not a urologist or a psychiatrist. Third, the care team was great. They knew what to do it, and they did it. Well, nobody took my orders for lunch that day, but trust me, that was the least of my worries. I've been told later on that they even had free Wi-Fi. Finally, though my insurance did pay most of the bills, this one-day adventure was more expensive than a week in a 5-star hotel. So if we think about what we mean with good care, we can think along exactly the same dimensions as providing good coffee. In fact, I argue that any work that is about delivering a product or service will fit into this framework. Put differently, we want to manage an operation so that it provides the customers with the products or services they want. Depending on who you ask at Wharton, different academic disciplines have different words for this framework. In economics, people refer to the dimensions of a utility function. In marketing, folks think about the product attributes of products or services, and those are driving utility. And in strategy, I like the term that my friend and co-author Nikolai Zigelko uses. He refers to these as the drivers of willingness to pay. Now, you might say that increasing customers' utility, customer happiness, or willingness to pay is easy. We just offer airplane passengers a glass of champagne and more leg space. We put bigger batteries into electric cars, and we offer free desserts to guests eating out in our restaurants. As we will discuss in the next video, the challenge is to increase the willingness to pay without increasing the costs of fulfillment. So when earlier on I was saying that we improve the way people work, we now get a sense of what improvements look like. We can either increase the willingness to pay holding costs constant, or we can provide the same willingness to pay at lower fulfillment costs. For now, remember, the goal is to make things better, not necessarily cheaper. In the last video, we talked about what it takes to delight the customer. We talked about inconvenience, which is driven by waiting times and undesirable locations. And we talked about consumption utility, driven by the subdimensions of fit with personal preferences, and another subdimension related to various elements of quality. Let me again start today's video with a personal story. Last year, I worked with a client in the Middle East. It was my first trip to the Middle East, and it was a very short trip. It was only 3 days long. Given this time pressure, I tried to combine my work during the day with at least a little bit of sightseeing in the evenings. Add to this a time difference, and you will understand that I was totally exhausted when I entered the plane taking me back from Doha to New York. Now, I was fortunate that my client was generous enough paying for a business class ticket on Qatar Airways. I had a wonderful breakfast, slept for 10 hours straight in something almost as comfortable as my bed at home, had another meal, checked my email, and landed in New York. What an amazing experience. For those of us who have been on an EasyJet or a Ryanair flight, we know that that experience there is very different from this. You're squeezed into a cabin, there's no space for your luggage, and the crew certainly treats you differently from a luxury airline. But I tell you, flights from England to Spain are cheaper than a dinner in a good Philly restaurant. From an operational perspective, which airline is better? The high willingness to pay airline like Qatar or the cheap service from Ryanair? On this slide, I've compiled some data from big global airlines. Airlines in the United States are regulated, and so you can get access to pretty cool operational data. For simplicity here, I focus only on 2 variables per airline. The yield of the airline is determined by the revenues of the airline divided by the total passenger miles the airline has provided. Please forget the term yield after this slide. It has a very different meaning in the context of operations management, not to mention yields in finance. What matters here is that really yield captures how much a customer is willing to pay for a mile of travel. I also report the operating expense of the airline. Here, I simply look at all their operating expenses related to the passenger travel and again divide them by the total passenger miles. What I want you to do is to pause the video for a minute and ask yourself which of these airlines fit with each of these data points. Who is who? Okay, stop me now. All right, welcome back. Here are the results of your exam. Did you get it right? We'll get back to the airline data in a moment. For now, let's just observe the following. An airline can provide great services and compete on quality, aiming for a high willingness to pay. If they do this, well, they can get away with somewhat higher costs. But an airline can also focus on efficiency. If the airline manages its costs well, it can be profitable even if it offers super competitive and low prices. If you take a course on strategy or marketing, you will learn a number of tools to help you in this trade-off between cost and quality. In this course, I want to take a slightly different perspective. Every individual firm faces a trade-off between cost and willingness to pay. Let's call this a cost-quality trade-off. Consider the following example. The German railway system is going through some operational transformation, and trust me, they need it. One of the areas they're working on is their call center operations. If you think about willingness to pay in a call center, waiting time is an important subdimension. Who likes to wait listening to Beethoven music? Imagine their current performance is here. This is their waiting time, and this is their fulfillment cost measured in dollars or euros per call. Now, it is really easy to run a call center with short waiting times. You just hire an extra 100 customer service representatives, and the waiting time is going to come down. Unfortunately, while your waiting times go down, your fulfillment costs, your costs per call are going up. Note here that I've reversed the axis. Shorter waiting times means more responsive, which means further up on the y-axis. Lower fulfillment costs means more efficiency, which means further to the right on the x-axis. Vice versa, it is really easy to cut costs in a call center. Just reduce the headcount and have fewer agents in the seat. That will reduce the cost per call, but it will obviously lead to a worse service as customers will have to wait longer. Again, there's a trade-off. One way to think of operations management is as a strategy implementation tool. You tell me what position you want to be on this curve, and I will build you an operation that gets this done. But here's another way of thinking about operations management. Imagine you and I would do some benchmarking. We would go through the industry, and for each of the call centers, we collect information about their efficiency and their waiting times. Our own position is here. We start our benchmarking with call center A. Call center A has a shorter response time than we do, which we understand when we look at their cost efficiency, which is worse than ours. Cool. These guys have made their cost-quality trade-off differently from what we did, and they hired a bunch of extra agents. Then we move to call center B. Now, these folks have a longer wait time, a lower responsiveness, which gets them down here. Now, they're not incompetent. Instead, they have squeezed their costs and are running a more efficient operation. Good for them. Third, we look at competitor C, and this is where we get puzzled. This call center is providing a better service than we are, and they're more efficient as well. Maybe they do not have as short of a response time as competitor A and are not as cheap as competitor B, but compared to us, they are faster and more efficient. The academic term for this is that competitor C Pareto dominates us. Now, to stay with academic terms for a moment, we define the line of all call centers, of all firms, of all operations that are not Pareto dominated by somebody else as the efficiency frontier. Yes, there exists a trade-off between cost and quality, but this is the elite set of firms that has nobody providing better service at lower cost. Sadly, our own call center is not on the efficient frontier. We can visualize our inefficiency as a distance between us and the frontier. This inefficiency has two consequences for us. First, the good news. We have reasons to believe that we can improve our quality while also cutting our costs. We can become a better operation and a better call center. This will be a win-win. Second, to move to the upper right, we have to overcome some or all of our inefficiencies. This will require us to do some work. We have to up our game. We have to get better in what we do. Okay, let's get back to our airline data. Here's some data from the largest US carriers. I also sprinkled in data from some of the global carriers. Please note that this is not a careful scientific study. It is just an illustrative example. How do you think about this graph? If you wanted to apply for a job, if you wanted to make an equity investment, if you were a management consultant, what goes through your head as you look at this graph? You see, the efficiency frontier is a very useful tool to think about an industry. All right, that's it for now. In this video, we move beyond just pleasing the customer. Yes, we would love to increase the willingness to pay, but we have to do this with also achieving reasonable fulfillment costs. And for that, we have to get rid of the inefficiencies in our operation. In the next video, we'll discuss how such inefficiencies look like. The purpose of this entire course, then, is to fight these inefficiencies. As I said before, we want to make things better, which means higher willingness to pay at lower cost of fulfillment. See you soon. In the last video, I introduced the concept of the efficiency frontier, Pareto dominance, and inefficiencies. I have to confess that my definition of inefficiencies being the gap between the firm's current position and the efficiency frontier is rather academic and abstract. In today's video, I want to get more concrete. Specifically, I will define inefficiencies in the form of 3 system inhibitors that I will label waste, variability, and inflexibility. These 3 system inhibitors will make inefficiencies more concrete, more tangible. It is like coming down from the 30,000-foot level view of strategy and economics to the specificity of real operations. As a business owner or a management consultant, it is important to know where you stand relative to the efficiency frontier. But in order to make an improvement, you have to be more specific. You have to roll up your sleeves and tackle the inefficiencies directly. And for that, you need to know how these inefficiencies look like. Let's define the 3 system inhibitors one by one. Let's start with waste. Waste corresponds to all the consumption of inputs and resources that do not add value to the customers. Since waste consumes inputs and resources, waste is costly. But since it does not add value to the customer is not willing to pay for this. We have extensive discussion of waste later on in this course, but let's start with a specific example. Did you know that most of the helicopters of the German military don't fly? Germany has 75 helicopters of type NH90. Take a guess what percentage of them is flying right now. Well, from the 75, only 44 are available. The others are with the manufacturer for repair or maintenance. From these 44 that are with the military, the German Bundeswehr, only 9 actually are certified to fly right now. And since helicopters only fly a couple of hours a day, chances are that right now, not a single one of them is in the air. As these helicopters cost 70 million per unit, that is a waste of resources. Beyond wasting the time and availability of resources, we oftentimes see wastes of input. The FDA estimates that some 30 to 40% of American food supplies get wasted in the supply chain. That corresponds to $160 billion, not to mention those who don't have access to healthy food. Even worse, it is estimated that well over half of the energy used in this country is wasted. You see this in the school visualization of researchers here at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. Again, we're talking about a waste that is worth hundreds of billions of dollars and massive impacts on the environment. Just because of waste, as we will see in this course, just measuring and quantifying this waste is already a first step towards reducing it. For now, keep in mind that waste is a consumption of inputs and resources that do not add value to the customers. Next, let's look at variability. Variability corresponds to changes in either demand or supply over time. Consider variability associated with customer demand first. Here, you see the demand for air travel in the United States starting in the spring of 2019. Given the COVID pandemic, demand for air travel plummeted. Even short of pandemics, consumer demand changes rapidly. Fashion trends, new technologies, consumer confidence, or even the weather, demand for products or services goes up and down all the time. As an example close to home here in Philadelphia, consider the frequencies of shootings in our city. Sadly, this translates into demands for our emergency rooms and trauma centers. You see here the variation on a monthly basis. There's also an effect of weather. My friends working in Penn's ER have a very cynical view to this. When the weather turns nice, people are out in the street and more people get shot. Add to this the extra demand coming from motorcycle accidents, and you know that when the trauma bays are filling up, if the weather is nice. Variability also plays out on the supply side. Take a look at this graph here of ER physicians. All of them work in the same ER, and all of them are dealing with very similar type of patients. However, as my colleague Hami Song showed in a study, the way these doctors dealt with these patients was very different from each other. In the study, Hami looked at how long patients were kept in the emergency room, a number that is known as a length of stay. You see here that some doctors kept their patients dramatically longer than others. I'm not judging their behavior. I'm just observing that there exists variability across providers. Add to this that doctors or any resource might get fatigued, machines might break down, and you have more variability from the supply side than you like. So variability comes from demand and from supply. Either way, variability is mostly a bad thing. As we saw with variability, demand can move quickly. Unfortunately, supply does not. Supply, that means factories, lawyers, buildings, MRI machines, and other resources. Those resources cannot quickly be added, only then to be taken away later. That gets me to my third system inhibitor, and that is inflexibility. One of the reasons why the mobility company Uber has been so successful is their ability to adjust their driving capacity to the changing customer demand. If demand is high, prices go up, and so more drivers join the market. Uber calls this surge pricing. If demand is low, prices come down. Unlike cabs, Uber drivers don't pay pricey medallions, and so they can just do something else rather than having to compete for the same few customers in the market. You see the results here in this graph. Uber and the other ride-hailing companies are able to flex the number of rides they provide. Demand for rides vary predictably over the course of the week. The sooner you can predict this extra demand for rides, the better you can drum up the drivers that you need to respond to this. More drivers are needed on a rainy Saturday night than on a sunny Tuesday at noon. And you might like Uber and Lyft or not, they do a decent job with their virtual fleet to provide that capacity just when it is needed. This is referred to as volume flexibility. Another form of flexibility relates to having operations be able to serve different types of customers with the same process. As you will see over the duration of this course, I have an interest in electric cars. Teslas are, of course, made in factories that only produce electric cars. But how about car companies that sell both combustion engine cars as well as electric cars? Volkswagen, for example, has decided to have their factories focus on one engine type. The German Zwickau plant is entirely focused on electric mobility. In contrast, most of the Wolfsburg plants are focused on combustion engines. Contrast this to Mercedes. Mercedes has, for the better or for the worse, initially decided to mix their electric production with their combustion engine cars. The same assembly line on the same day, even at the same time, has a mix of electric and non-electric cars. Being able to use machines or workers for different purposes offers a second form of flexibility. I call this mixed flexibility. So inflexibility prevents our operation to effectively respond to variability, and hence we call it our third system inhibitor. So these are the three system inhibitors: waste, variability, and inflexibility. The costs of these forces are beyond what you and I can imagine. In large global industries, we're talking about billions of dollars. But you know what? Personally, I couldn't care less about that money. The real costs for society are much bigger than that. The financial numbers typically reported don't include the anxiety of a patient who does not have access to care, the missed opportunities that a child has because it doesn't get high-quality education, or the damage that we do to our planet because of wasting resources in our food and energy supply chains. At the risk of becoming a bit evangelical here, let me say this. The promise of operations management is this: we can improve the way people work by fighting the evil effects of waste, variability, and inflexibility. And that is always a good thing. Now, before I let you go, For every module, I want to get into the habit of defining the learning objectives. So you can test at the end of the module whether you accomplished what I wanted you to get done in the module. So in this module, we talked about the drivers of willingness to pay. We talked about the efficiency frontier and the 3 system inhibitors. A couple of key definitions, but no equations yet. But don't get used to that. That will soon change. See you in the next module. Operations management is looking at the way people and machines work. Genshi Genbutsu is a concept of the famous Toyota production system. Now, I don't speak Japanese, but it means go and see for yourself. The literal Japanese meaning, I have been told, is real location, real thing. But the message is the same. In order to understand a problem, you have to observe what is happening on site, where the work takes place, rather than sitting in an armchair or a conference room. At the 30,000-foot levels, all companies more or less look the same. They create products or services and hopefully are able to sell them for more money than it costs them to create those products and services. But on the ground, at the 0-foot level, every operation is unique. Now, there's no point in taking an academic operations management course to learn about the uniqueness of one particular operation. I owe you tools and frameworks that are generalizable, that you can apply to the many settings that you encounter in your career. And to be frank, I'm not sure I would be any good in teaching you a particular trade other than how to be a business school professor. So the perspective we will be taking in this course is a compromise between the 30,000-foot level view of strategy and the frontline perspective of a specific job. Maybe we should call it the 5,000-foot level view. At this level, I want you to think about the process with which work gets done. Process analysis is a framework I want to use in this course to analyze and improve operations. Let me elaborate what I mean with this. Every operation can be thought of as a process. In a process, there are inputs and there are outputs. These are pictures from a guitar plant that PVA Guitars shows on the internet. And you can see here there's wood flowing in and guitars flowing out. When you do the analysis of the process, you have to pick what I will call a flow unit. A flow unit is really the atomic unit of analysis that you track as it journeys through the process. It's a guitar in a guitar plant. It's a patient in a hospital. It's a car in an automotive plant. It might be a ton of oil or a ton of steel in a big refinery or steel mill. And as this flow unit journeys from being an input into being an output, it will be in one of 2 states. It can either be with a resource. A resource is visualized as a box in what we define in a moment as a process flow diagram. A resource adds value. It helps the flow unit on its journey from being an input to being an output. Those might be machines or those might be people. Most of the time, however, the flow unit is just sitting around doing nothing. Now you see this pile of guitars here, and the symbol that we use to visualize this is a triangle. It's like a pile of stuff sitting around. Arrows then captures the flow. And so really a process flow diagram is a map. It's a map of how a flow unit journeys from input to output. Now at every resource, the flow unit would have to take some time. It might take a doctor 20 minutes to do a primary care examination. It would take an assembly line worker 37 seconds to install a rearview mirror. It might take an underwriter in a bank 35 minutes to approve a loan. We call those numbers the processing times. Now, rather than looking at the processing time, I can look at 1 over the processing time, and I call this the capacity. 1 over 20 minutes, a 20th patient per minute in what a doctor can see in primary care. Capacity tells us how many units can a worker see per unit of time. Now let's just assume that you're having 1 doctor or 1 machine. This generalizes to multiple, say M resources, and here simply the capacity of those doctors, those underwriters, those machines together as a resource pool is computed as M divided by the processing time. Now the chain is only as strong as its weakest link. And so somewhere along the journey in this process, there will be 1 resource that has the lowest capacity. We will refer to this resource as the bottleneck. will not be able to get more flow through this process than the bottleneck has capacity. Again, the step with the lowest capacity is called the bottleneck. The lowest capacity is not just the capacity of that bottleneck resource, but it's really the capacity of the entire process. So we say the process capacity is the capacity of the bottleneck. With this as a foundation, we can now define the three most important measures in any process. They are flow rate, inventory, and flow time. So let me define them one by one. Flow rate is oftentimes referred to as throughput. I will use flow rate and throughput interchangeably. Flow rate captures how many flow units will go through the process per unit of time. 100 patients per day go through the emergency room. 1,000 cars per shift go through the auto plant. 50,000 tons of steel per month come out of the steel mill. These are throughputs or flow rates. I like the term flow rate because it reminds us that there's a flow going on. Now, the flow rate would depend on two things: the capacity of the process, which we just saw was determined by the bottleneck, or the demand rate. It's the smaller of those two. If you have a process that can make 100,000 cars per quarter, and you only have demand for 70,000 cars per quarter, well, you're only selling and making 70,000 cars. So once you have the flow rate, you know how much flows through the process or flows through every resource. Next, you can compute the utilization. Utilization is flow rate divided by capacity. How much am I producing, flow rate, divided by what I could be producing if I ran out. That's capacity. Again, utilization applies to the level of the resource. You might say station 10 has the utilization of 75% on my assembly line right now. Or utilization can apply to the entire process. You oftentimes see people say in the Wall Street Journal that our plant has a utilization of 95%. Again, by definition, utilization can never exceed 100%. Depending on whether you're constrained by demand or you're constrained by capacity, we say the process is demand constrained or capacity constrained. If you're capacity constrained, you're held back by your bottleneck. If you're demand constrained, you're really limited by your marketing, the quality of your product, the demand rate, or your sales generation. Capacity or demand constraint. What is the constraint in your business right now? Well, that's flow rate. The next measure is inventory. Inventory is the number of flow units in the system. Let me repeat this. Inventory is the number of flow units in the system. I wanted to be precise on that because it's different from what inventory is called in the world of accounting. Let me give you an example. I work a lot with hospitals, and in hospitals, well, patients will be the flow unit, and so the number of flow units in the system is my inventory. The number of patients that are currently in the waiting rooms and in the exam rooms are my inventory. Now you look from an accounting perspective and you look at the balance sheet of the hospital, and I promise you, you will not see patients as an inventory. That's not because I'm right and the accountants are wrong. It's just we have different understandings of inventory. So again, inventory is the number of flow units in the system. The third measure is flow time. This is a measure that I find students oftentimes get most confused with. Flow time captures how long will it take the flow unit to go from the beginning of the process to the end of the process. It includes all work that is done on the flow unit, but it also includes all the time the flow unit spends in inventory sitting around doing nothing. Again, think maybe last time that you went through a hospital process or you applied for a mortgage. Oftentimes, what you see there, most of the time the process takes on the flow unit. Most of the flow time, it really spends on waiting as opposed to actual work time. So flow rate, inventory, and flow time. Again, in my view, these are the most important measures in any process. Now you notice that they don't directly appear on financial statements. But to state the obvious, flow rate times price is your revenue. Inventory has a huge impact on your working capital productivity. And flow time has to do with this inconvenience of time that we talked about in the introduction module in the form of delays. One more footnote or comment on this slide. Oftentimes people talk about flow time and use the terms such as lead times and cycle times. I don't like these terms because they're used very differently across different industries, and we will see that lead times is actually very different from flow time, is different from cycle time. So I haven't introduced these concepts, not yet. For now, let's just stick with flow time. Today we have covered a lot of definitions. We talked about flow units, resources, and process flow diagrams. We talked about inventory, flow rate, and flow time. And we talked about capacity, utilization, and the concept of the bottleneck. Of those, if you ask me to pick my favorite, I pick the idea of the bottleneck. Every process is only as good as its bottleneck. It somewhat resembles team time trials in cycling. It doesn't matter in the Tour de France team trials, when the first rides over the finish line, the performance of the team depends on the weaker riders. So whenever you want to improve an operation that is capacity constrained, your first job is finding the bottleneck. In the next session, we'll do some specific calculations to practice these definitions. I see you then. As we discussed in the last video, the framework that we will use to look at the world in this course is process analysis. This sounds a little dry and technical, but don't worry. This is really not brain surgery. In this video, I want to practice these definitions. Though most of my work relates to service operations, a number of years ago I did some work on an iron ore processing plant. Though the headquarters of the company we worked with was in Cleveland, Ohio, the plant itself was in Trinidad. Here's a briquette of iron ore produced by the plant. Let's see how it is made. When you're landing in Trinidad, you actually see the plant from the airplane. This is a plant. It takes iron ore fines as input, and it spits out these lovely briquettes as output. It looks like a big monster. The monster is a highly sophisticated plant, a real masterpiece of engineering. The plant is the size of several football fields. I spare you the technical details. Here you see the engineering drawings of the plant. It looks a bit like a blueprint when you're building a house. You see a number of large machines that will be the resources in our process. Now in this course we look at the plant not as an engineering drawing, but as a process flow diagram. Remember, in a process flow diagram there are boxes, arrows, and triangles. Boxes, like the briquetting machine shown in this photo, capture resources. Resources are adding value to the flow unit. They help advance the flow unit on its journey. As we discussed in the last video, resources have capacities. At any given moment of time, some flow units are sitting in these resources. For example, tons of iron ore will be in the reactors of the plant. But most of the iron ore, the real inventory, sits at the beginning of the plant, between resources, or at the end of the process. This is visualized with the triangles. Oftentimes we refer to those triangles as buffers. The key distinction setting buffers apart from resources is that they do not add value. The flow unit does not have to spend time at a buffer, and it still can come out as a good unit. You can be a happily completed flow unit and have never spent a minute in a buffer. So here's what the process flow diagram looks like. What I do here is I overlay the process flow diagram with the engineering drawings. You don't have to do this, but I thought it would be kind of cool from a pedagogical perspective. So that explains the arrangements of the boxes. You see the input and the output. The pile of iron ore fines are the input, and the piles of briquettes are the output. And then you see the main processing steps, starting with the preheater all the way to the briquetting machine. 7 steps, 7 boxes. What we want to do is to find the bottleneck. How much can this plant produce? What is the process capacity? To answer these questions, we have to find the bottleneck. So when looking for the bottleneck, we have to look at the resources and their capacity levels. In this example, we have the preheater, the log hoppers, the first reactor, the second reactor, the flash heater, the discharge, and finally that briquetting machine. Note that the triangles are inventories and they're not in the race for being the bottleneck. We have to look for the resource with the lowest capacity. That clearly is the second reactor with a capacity of 100 tons per hour. So that is the bottleneck. And thus the process capacity is 100 tons per hour. The chain is only as strong as its weakest link. To find the flow rate, remember the flow rate is the minimum between demand and capacity. Assuming there's enough iron ore to be processed and enough demand to sell this stuff, our flow rate will be equal to the process capacity at 100 tons per hour. My father is an engineer, my brother is an engineer, I'm not. And believe me, they have reminded me many times. But in order to understand and improve an operation, even something as complex as an iron ore plant, you don't necessarily need an engineering degree. All these technical details, heaters, different types of reactors, heat exchangers, yes, somebody better understands how this stuff works. But that somebody doesn't have to be you. Notice that at the end of the day, few of these details actually matter. In fact, for most business-related calculations, the single most important number is the capacity at the bottleneck. This plant produces 100 tons per hour. That is the crucial information. The bottleneck is a constraint on the system. And as I said before, the bottleneck is really the key concept in this course. So when you look at an operation, always ask yourself, where is the bottleneck? See you in the next video. In this video, I want to tie up a couple of loose things related to process analysis. I first want to explain how process analysis and the process flow diagram help us reconcile two perspectives to an operation. The perspective of the flow unit, which likely will be handled by multiple research as it's journeying through the process, and the perspective of a resource, which likely will see many flow units over time. And then I want to give you the opportunity to practice the definition we introduced so far with a little practice problem. Okay, here we go. First, imagine you work in an auto plant, and you're the person who puts in the seat into the car. Really, every minute or two, a new car arrives on the assembly line, and you repeat your operation. You put in that seat. You do this over and over and over again. Similarly, you might be working in the radiology department. Every 15 minutes or so, an image of a body part comes in. You diagnose, you read the image, you put together a report, and then the next patient comes. This is a view of a resource in a process. So let's simply call it the resources perspective. As a resource, you have a capacity, you have a utilization, and you might even be the bottleneck. Taiichi Ohno is known as the father of the Toyota production system and is clearly one of the most influential thinkers in operations management. He would famously draw a chalk circle on a piece of the factory floor, and his students would have to stand in this chalk circle, and they will have to observe the process. Ohno would check in on them and ask them to report their observations. If they had not seen the waste and the inefficiencies that Ohno wanted them to see, they would just keep on standing in that chalk circle. I hope you very much appreciate that in my course, all you have to do is watch some videos rather than spending your day in a chalk circle. Contrast the resources perspective with the flow units perspective. As a patient, you very likely have experienced the flow unit perspective when you went through an episode of care, such as in a radiology appointment. To show you the example of the flow units perspective in an automotive assembly process, take a look here at the video from Tesla that I found on YouTube. Really what you're doing is you're attaching yourself to the flow unit, and then you flow along, you flow through the process. You see one resource after the other, and by making your journey through the assembly line, you start really, in this case, as a piece of metal, and then you go through the process, and step by step, the flow goes on. You spend your flow time and the amount of time it takes you to go through the process here with the resources, and at the end of the process, you complete the process, and you have turned into a wonderful car. There you go. Now, the beauty of process analysis is that it combines both the perspective of the flow unit and the perspective of the resource, all in one diagram. Here's a simplified process flow diagram from a Tesla plant. You can read that process flow diagram with the eyes on the flow units and on flow time, the journey through the plant, or you can take the perspective of a particular resource, like the paint shop, and you just focus on that capacity. Whatever perspective you're taking, you will have to deal with inventory. Remember from before, inventory is the number of flow units in the system. Inventory piles up whenever demand and supply don't match. Since demand is moving quickly, while supply is typically slow to adjust, you either have too much demand or you have too much supply. Now, at the risk of creating some confusion, inventory in the car example can be a pile of cars waiting for demand, And historically, for most car companies, that has been the default. Most car companies carry about 60 to 80 days of inventory in their lot. But in my framework, it can also be a number of customers waiting for a car. Tesla, for example, had hundreds of thousands of customers waiting for the Model 3. I was one of them. And later on, they had hundreds of thousands of people waiting for the Cybertruck. If we define the customer as a flow unit, the number of customers waiting for their cars is simply inventory. Again, I know it's a little bit confusing because it's different from accounting. Not that operations is right and accounting is wrong. It is a different way of looking at the world, including inventory. In making physical stuff, you can have an inventory reflecting waiting stuff, widgets, cars, iPhones, whatever you're producing, or you can have waiting customers. When you're dealing with the service operations, however, you can only have one scenario. For all practical purposes, it's impossible to produce a heart surgery into inventory. You also cannot have an investment discussion with your clients before the client actually shows up. So in a service operation, inventory always really relates to waiting customers. Given that we are at the end of a module, it's a good time to review what we have done so far in this module. We worked through a ton of definitions from flow unit over processing times to capacity, all the way to my favorite three: flow rate, flow time, and inventory. More importantly, I want you to, at this point, be capable, competent, and confident to do the following. You should be able to map out an operation as a process flow, find the capacity of an individual resource, and then find the bottleneck in a process. You should also be able to compute the flow rate as a minimum of demand and capacity, and find the utilization of a resource. For that, these three definitions and equations at the bottom of the slide will come in handy, as we're going to see in the first practice problem that we're about to tackle together in a couple of seconds. Okay, for this module, I've done enough of the talking. It is your time to do some work. What I want you to do is I'm going to show you a practice problem, and I give you time to wrestle with it. You simply read the problem, stop the video, see if you can find the solutions to the questions. And then you press play again to see me solve the problem. This practice problem here describes the patient flow in a dental practice in Philadelphia. See if you can answer the following questions. Put me on pause now. So let's take a look at this together. Let's do the process flow diagram first. We start out by drawing a little triangle. That's inventory of patients who need to self-check in at the kiosk. From there, we have a bunch of other steps. First, another triangle, where the patients are waiting for the receptionist. Right now, we have no clue where the bottleneck might be, so let's put a buffer here just in case. Then a box, another triangle for just before the dental assistant. I hope you get the basic idea. Last triangle before the dentist, then comes the dentist. And I don't know what you do after seeing the dentist, but I typically go home. So no triangle of completed patients, but if for whatever reason we wanted to have people still recovering from their pain, we could have another triangle or box as a recovery area. That's the end of the process flow diagram. Okay, next is what is the capacity of the dentist? The dentist is a resource, and the capacity of the resource is n, the number of dentists, divided by the processing time. So we have 10 dentists, and each of them takes 30 minutes to see one patient. So just 10 divided by 30, and that is expressed in patients per minute, 1/3 of a patient per minute. Or if you want to translate this into hours, we multiply this by 60 minutes in an hour. The minutes cancel out, and we are at 20 patients per hour in terms of the capacity. All right, what's the bottleneck in the process? The bottleneck is the resource with the lowest capacity. And so we have to look at the minimum of these capacities. The first capacity is 1/2, 1/2 at the kiosk. One resource, m equals 1, divided by 2 minutes. And it's 2/5. And then we get 3/15. And then finally, as we just computed, 10/30 for the dentist. And the lowest one of those will point us to the location of the bottleneck, and that is 3/15. Right? 3/15 is 1/5. Again, this is expressed in patients per minute. So this corresponds to 12 patients per hour as a bottleneck capacity, and that means that's the capacity of the entire process. Flow rate, remember, is a minimum of demand and capacity. So minimum of demand and capacity here, meaning there are plenty of patients who want our service. If demand is unlimited, of course, unlimited is a really big number, and then the minimum thereby is 12 patients per hour, which was our process capacity. Finally, what's the utilization at the resource of the receptionist? Remember, in general, when we think about utilization, we think about the ratio between the flow rate, how much is the process producing, and the capacity of how much could the process be computing if it went all out. So the utilization is flow rate divided by capacity. And in this case here, that is 12 patients per hour, which was our flow rate determined by the bottleneck, divided by the capacity of the receptionist, which is 2/5 patients per minute, or 24 patients per hour. Thus the utilization of the receptionist is 50%. By now, I'm sure you're getting comfortable with the idea of capacities, utilization, bottlenecks, and my three favorite measures: inventory, flow rate, and flow time. This is really the foundation for any good process analysis. In the next set of videos, I will start building on this foundation. We will add a number of diagnostic performance measures, and from there, we will start thinking about the first set of operational improvements. See you in the next module. In this module, we'll look at the operations of a process at the very micro level. We'll get our stopwatch and look second by second on how people work. The case study I've picked for this module is Subway restaurants. I somewhat assume that all of you have eaten in a Subway restaurant or similar venues, so it should make for a good case study. I also assume that every one of us has made a sandwich for ourselves. Now, unless you're a professional cook or have a big family, your experience is all about making one sandwich at a time. How long does it take you? What is your processing time? How long does it take you to slice the bread? Here is some official Subway information of how long it takes to make a sandwich. This will vary a bit by sandwich and employee, but let's just take these numbers as given for now. We see that we have a grand total of 120 seconds of work per sandwich. That is 2 minutes. In other words, one employee could make a sandwich every 2 minutes, which is equal to 30 sandwiches an hour. That's the employee's capacity. But what would Subway do when demand is higher than this, maybe 80 or even 100 sandwiches per hour, which are common numbers during busy lunchtimes? Well, they certainly need more employees to do this. But how should we organize the workflow? Say they hire 2 more employees, so they now have 3. One thing that they could do is that each of the 3 employees serves the customer from beginning to end, from greeting the customer all the way to checkout. Each employee would then take 120 seconds to serve a customer. Interestingly, that is not the process that they use. And we later on will understand the logic behind this. For now, here's what they're actually doing. Take a look. What Subway does is here. Rather than having one person doing the whole thing, making the whole sandwich, they have 3 people involved in the job. They're really setting up a mini assembly line of sandwiches consisting of employee 1, 2, and 3. Each of them has their hands in our sandwich, yummy. So the first employee is greeting the customer, and then employee 1 does all the things up to putting the cheese on the sandwich. Then the second employee takes over, and that person starts with putting on the onions and goes all the way up to wrapping up and bagging the sandwich. And then the third employee is going to offer the fresh value meal and then rings out the cash register. That completes one customer. So for now, let's say the numbers here, these processing times are exact. I know this is a very mechanical view to the world, but as you will see, it is a good start. It takes exactly these 12 seconds to put on the meat. It takes 37 seconds per sandwich, per unit, per guest at employee number 1. The processing time is 46 seconds per unit for the employee number 2, and 37 seconds per unit at employee number 3. So these are the processing times. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to draw me a process flow diagram of this Subway assembly line for sandwiches. And then I want you to think about the capacity of this process. As usual, put me on hold, pause me, and then see how far you can get this done by yourself. All right, here we go. Let's look at this together. Let's start by drawing the process flow diagram. For the process flow diagram, we start out with a triangle of waiting customers. So that's a triangle. Then comes the first box, the first resource. That's going to be employee number 1. There could be a buffer then. We have employee number 2 afterwards. So that's the second resource, the second box. And after that, there's another buffer, and that is the other employee number 3, and that completes the process flow diagram. So we have 3 resources. Next up, I want you to think about the capacity of this process. For the capacity of the process, I have to find the bottleneck. It's going to be one of these 3 workers. Each of them has a capacity, and we're going to find it by taking 1 over the processing time. So 1 over 37 is the capacity of the first worker, and that is in sandwiches per second. 1 over 46 sandwiches per second is the capacity of the second unit, and 1 over 37 is the third. And so we see here that the lowest number is 1 over 46, and so that is by definition our bottleneck. Rather than messing around with mental math, let's switch over into Excel and do this on a spreadsheet. We have the 3 workers, the 3 resources here, and each of them has a processing time. And remember, those were 37, 46, 37 seconds per unit. Let's make sure we keep track of the units here. These are all in seconds per unit. Now the capacity we set is simply 1 over the processing time. So 1 over 37, and that is 0.02727. That's a really hard to interpret number. This is expressed now in units per second, and to make it easier to interpret, I would suggest we just convert it to units per hour. We do this by simply multiplying this number by 3,600, right? 3,600 seconds in an hour. And 97 sandwiches per hour is a number that is much easier to interpret. So remember then, the process capacity we set, the process capacity is simply the minimum of these individual capacity levels. That was the whole idea of the bottleneck. The bottleneck, not surprisingly, is at station number 2, and the process capacity is 78 units per hour. From there, the next thing that we want to think about is flow rate. Flow rate, we said, was the minimum of demand and capacity, so we need to make an assumption about the demand rate. Let's say for now the demand is 100 sandwiches per hour, and so that means our flow rate is the lower of these 2 numbers. But the minimum between demand and capacity, and the flow rate now is going to be 78 units per hour. We also talked about the idea of utilization. So for utilization, I'm taking my flow rate, so I'm fixing the 78, and I fix them in Excel by pressing the $sign, and I'm dividing it by the capacity, so that means my first resource has a utilization of about 80%. And then the other resources have a utilization of 100% and 80% respectively. Now just for intuition building, imagine my demand rate would go down. Say we have a demand of 50 customers per hour. Then my utilization, even at the bottleneck, would decrease to a value that is less than 1. In fact, with a demand of 50, it would go down, as you see here, to about 63%. But for now, let's not worry about that. Let's go back to the base case of demand being 100. So we have a utilization of 100% at the bottleneck and about 80% at the other 2 resources. Next up, I want to define a new measure. And I will define the new measure as the cycle time. Let me define cycle time as 1 over the flow rate. Let's be very careful with the units here. I've been a little sloppy in the last rows keeping track of the units. Flow rate is measured in units per hour. And so my cycle time, since it's 1 over the flow rate, is now hours per unit. Now 0.012778 hours go by between making of 2 sandwiches. It's a little hard to interpret. So I suggest we just convert this back into seconds, and we divide the 3,600 seconds of the hour by 78 sandwiches. Now we see something that I hope is intuitive. As we are now back to our seconds per unit, our cycle time is 46 seconds per unit, and that means we are making a sandwich every 46 seconds. So work repeats itself. We're cycling through every 46 seconds to make a new sandwich. Now that we have the cycle time, I want to ask you another question. Imagine we have a school bus with 20 hungry kids arrive at the Subway restaurant. Every kid wants one sandwich, and right now the restaurant is totally empty. How long will it take to please the crowd? How long will it take to make 20 sandwiches, starting with an empty process? This is harder than it sounds. So let's think about this systematically. How long will it take to feed the first kid? Well, the first kid, the first customer, in order to be served, we need to basically go through all 3 steps. 37 seconds at station 1, 46 at station 2, and 37 seconds at station 3. Now, how much later will we please the second customer? Think about that. The second customer will come out 46 seconds later. And another 46 seconds later comes out the third customer. So from then onwards, we are completing a customer order every 46 seconds. That is exactly the idea of cycle time. So to please a crowd of 20 customers, to feed 20 customers, we're going to have to feed the first one, and then 19 times more, we're going to go through the cycle time till we have completed the total order of 20 units. That will be after 994 seconds. Before advancing further, I would like to review the calculations that we did in Excel a moment ago. Remember, we have these 3 resources with processing times 37, 46, and 37 seconds per unit. I try to visualize this here in this graph with 37, 46, and 37 as these bars. We can imagine already that station 2 is going to be the bottleneck, but that would be jumping ahead. The bottleneck is defined based on capacity, not based on processing time. So to find the capacity of a resource, we look at the number of parallel servers at that resource M divided by the processing time. Now here, each resource, each station is really staffed by 1 employee. And so my capacity level is 1 over 37, and that is expressed in sandwiches per second, 1 over 46, and 1 over 37. That makes this step here the lowest number, and so employee 2 is going to be the bottleneck. So my process capacity is hence 1 over 46 sandwiches per second. For now, I want to leave it in seconds as opposed to converting it to hours as I did in the Excel spreadsheet, and you will see why in just a moment. That gives me my process capacity, and we assume there's plenty of demand. So my flow rate is, as usual, minimum between demand and process capacity. Again, this is going to be driven by the capacity of the bottleneck. Next up, I'm going to look at the utilization, and the utilization is the flow rate, which is going to be 1 over 46, divided by the capacity levels. And so for the first resource, that's going to be 1 over 46, divided by 1 over 37, and that means 37 divided by 46. For the second resource, it is 1 over 46, again flow rate, divided by capacity, which is also 1 over 46. So the utilization there is 1. And then for the third employee, it's again 1 over 46, divided by 1 over 37, and that gives me again 37 divided by 46, which we said is around 80%. Next, let's look at the cycle time, which is what we said was 1 over the flow rate. And here's why I didn't convert it into hours. If you write it this way, it's quite simple. The cycle time is simply 1 over the flow rate, and the flow rate was 1 over 46. So all that combined gives us a cycle time of 46 seconds per sandwich. Every 46 seconds, life repeats itself. And then finally, to make 20 units starting with an empty process, we have to first produce the first sandwich. And for the first sandwich, it's going to take us 37 plus 46 plus 37, which together gets us 120 seconds. So after 120 seconds, we have 1 sandwich. So now we need 19 times an additional sandwich. And guess what? We're making those on a 46-second cycle. So we have 120 plus 19 times 46, which gets us to the 994 seconds. So far with the Subway case, we mainly repeated our capacity calculation. I also introduced the concept of cycle time. Please be careful with the word cycle time. I've seen it used very differently across the industry. Most importantly, I've come across some companies that use the word cycle time for what we call flow time. Now, not surprisingly, I think my definition is the right one. The word cycle time, in my view, captures the idea of a cycle. Every 46 seconds, the process in our Subway case repeats itself. Every 46 seconds, a new cycle begins. The cycle time is particularly useful for processes with discrete flow units. I wouldn't use the concept in an oil refinery or a brewery. It just works better when you're dealing with customers or widgets or sandwiches. The cycle time helps us find how long it would take to produce a certain number of units starting with an empty system. As we will see, the cycle time also will be at the heart of some further productivity calculations. Speaking of further calculations, in the next video we'll talk more about the importance of labor productivity. I will introduce 2 new measures, and then we will link those to financial performance. See you then. Today I want to talk about labor productivity. I will introduce 2 measures of labor productivity, the average labor utilization and the cost of direct labor. I then want to spend some time with you reflecting upon the financial importance of labor productivity. Let's go back to the Excel model that we had started in the last video. So we have the 3 resources here. Remember, we had the processing times, the capacity, all the way down to the cycle time. Now imagine you and I would run the Subway restaurant. We are the owners, we pay the workers. What would make us really angry? Exactly, we have a worker that sits or stands there and is not working. We say the person is idle. How much idle time do we observe in this picture here right now? Again, let's for the moment assume that we have unlimited demand or a really big number of customers asking for our sandwiches. Where are you going to go see the idle time? Who is sent around doing nothing? Well, worker number 2, the bottleneck, is never idle. In contrast, the other 2 workers have some slack relative to the longer processing time of worker number 2. And that number is simply the cycle time minus the processing time of that station. So the first person has an idle time of 9 seconds. Again, the bottleneck will not have any idle time. And the third one has, again, 9 seconds of an idle time. The total idle time we get by summing up all the idle times for the individual stations, and voila, that gives us a grand total of 18 seconds. Now, is 18 seconds a large number, or is it a small number? That's really hard to interpret. In absolute terms, it's really hard to judge. So we need to take this number relative to something else. Let me introduce another measure. I will refer to this number as the labor content. The labor content is simply the sum of all the processing times that involve labor. In our case here, we get a labor content of 120 seconds per sandwich. So these 18 seconds of idle time should be compared to the 120 seconds of making a sandwich. In contrast, in an auto plant, 18 seconds of total idle time relative to maybe 10,000 seconds of labor content for a car would be far less significant. This is the intuition behind of what I now will redefine as the labor utilization. Labor utilization looks at the labor content. For every sandwich, I'm going to get 120 seconds of labor, but I need to pay the workers for the 120 seconds that they work, plus the 18 seconds they are idle. That ratio is called, again, the labor utilization. Don't worry for now about the details. We're going to go and review all the definitions later on in this video. So the labor utilization looks at the labor content relative to the idle time. I can write this slightly differently. Again, I will summarize this on a PowerPoint slide later on. For now, I look at the labor content, and rather than dividing it by the labor content plus the idle time, I can divide it by 3 times the cycle time. And it shouldn't surprise us. This gets us the same utilization from a moment ago. Now let me emphasize what labor utilization measures. Labor utilization measures balance. Balance is good, but it's not the only thing that matters. Just as a thought experiment, imagine I have 3 very lazy but really smart employees. What are they going to do? So they tell each other, look, Christian is a kind of stupid manager. He's going to look at the labor utilization to judge our performance. So why don't we all slow down and everybody has a processing time of 60 seconds? Well, what happens to the labor utilization with this evil plan? If all the workers have a processing time of 60 seconds, there will be no idle time. The process is perfectly balanced, and the labor utilization goes to 100%. Has this process become more efficient? Clearly not. So we need another measure here for labor productivity. Let me propose another measure which I'll refer to as the cost of direct labor. What's the cost of direct labor? What we're doing with this measure is we look at the wages per unit of time, Let's assume for now we have 3 people here, and we pay each of them $12 per hour. And over that hour, we've created ourselves a flow rate of what we said was 78 sandwiches. So the cost per sandwich in terms of direct labor is 46 cents. Think about this the next time you're going to go to a Subway restaurant. You typically tend to pay around $5 to $6 for a foot-long sandwich. And in there are about 46 cents of labor. Just as before, we have the 3 resources. The processing times were 37, 46, and 37. So those are the workers 1, 2, and 3. And we found that the cycle time is driven by the second resource, 46 seconds per sandwich. That means the other 2 resources, 1 and 3, have some slack relative to the cycle time, and that slack is going to be their idle time. So they have 46 minus 37, which is 9 seconds of idle time each. And we're going to get a grand total of 18 seconds of idle time. But how do we interpret that number? Is it big? Is it small? We have to take it relative to something. And the something we said is going to be the labor content. Labor content, this is sum of the processing times, 37 plus 46 plus 37, the 120 seconds. So when we're going to judge whether the 18 seconds are large or small, we're going to take them relative to those 120 seconds. That gives us the labor utilization. And so one way of computing labor utilization is taking the labor content of 120 seconds, that is really the green here in my 3 bars, the 120 seconds, and take it relative to the total, which is the green plus the red. That measures balance, and we found that number to be 86.9%. So that's one way of computing that number. There's another way you can do this. For reasons I don't want to tell you right now, I would prefer you use this other way. And that is by involving the cycle time. You see the definition here to the left. With this definition, you're going to go and look at, again, the labor content, so the 120 seconds, and you're dividing it now by 3 times the cycle time. As you see, just as before, we get 120 divided by 138, and surprise, surprise, we get the same 86.9%. So that's the average labor utilization as a measure of balance. And finally, we talked about the cost of direct labor. For that, you just look at the wages per unit of time, 3 workers for $12 per hour, divided by the flow rate, which we found to be 78 point something, which is expressed in sandwiches per hour. So the per hour cancels out, and we're left with the 46 cents per unit. That gives us the cost of direct labor. Before we talk more about labor productivity, let me address a question that I oftentimes get asked. Does labor productivity really matter? So here's some cost data from the auto industry compiled by a gentleman, Dan Whitney at MIT. And what Dan looked at is the total cost for an OEM in the auto industry. In this case, the data was from Daimler. The total cost you can basically find in the profit and loss statement in the accounting of Daimler. And from the total cost for Daimler, you notice that the vast majority of costs sit in purchasing. About 70% of the total cost is going to be in purchasing, and only a relatively small piece of the total cost is going to be labor cost. Most of the costs are thus coming through our purchasing department. Daimler pays relatively little money in labor. So why care about labor productivity? I would agree that this view is a little bit misleading. Because keep in mind that the 70% of costs that Daimler spend, from those 70%, those are the total costs that go to their suppliers. And these suppliers, in turn, also incur labor costs. If you factor in the labor that the suppliers like Bosch or Continental spend, if you factor those in as well, the total percentage of costs making a vehicle is getting much larger. They're not on Daimler's book, but they're real costs. Now, the suppliers, again, have their suppliers. We call those the second-tier suppliers, and those have suppliers of their own. If we roll this up all through the value chain, you do see that there are a fair bit of costs sitting around in labor. The raw material costs are much smaller than you'd think. That has a couple of important implications. First and foremost, pennies matter in a product, but oftentimes these pennies will not be on your book. You really have to go out and work through the supply chain and find these costs somewhere upstream. By the way, the same is true for improving your carbon footprint. With globalization and global trade, suppliers carry more and more responsibility, and so tapping into their cost base is central. Even if this is not visible in the P&L statement of the manufacturing company, those costs matter. Let's go back to our Subway example one last time. this time with an eye on profits. Profit is simply revenue minus cost. So let's start understanding what the revenues here look like. Revenue is simply the number of sandwiches that we were making per hour, flow rate, times the average price per sandwich. Let's just assume we're selling these sandwiches for $6 per unit. Say it takes us $2 in food costs to make a sandwich. So the first item here that we have on the cost is we're spending the same 78 units per hour times $2 per item in material costs. We also have a labor cost. We agreed on the labor cost. We assume that we're paying these workers $12 per hour for all 3 workers. We also have some other forms of fixed costs. And fixed costs are a whole topic in itself. We could talk about cost allocation and what drives these costs for long sessions by itself, whether it's rent, the insurance, the marketing, the overhead, and what have you. Let's just say for now, with some plausible cost allocation, we have $250 of fixed costs per hour. Remember, most of the business will be over the lunch hour, and that is why I allocate so much of the fixed costs to that 1 hour. This allows us now to compute the profit. So we have the revenue minus the food cost, minus the labor cost, minus the fixed cost, which gets us a profit of about $27 per hour. So we're making about $27 per hour. I don't want to comment whether that is a lot or a little. For now, let's do something else. Let's think about some improvement strategies, which is something that we'll talk about in the next video. And let's just, for the sake of argument, imagine we could shave off some seconds of the bottleneck. This could either be done by automating or by having a more skilled worker or by taking some of the 46 seconds and move them to the left and to the right. Again, more on how to find these improvements in the next videos. For now, assume this number would go down to 43 seconds. What's going to happen to profit? Clearly, profit is going to go up. The question is, by how much? Let's take a look. We have $27 in the baseline scenario. 3 seconds faster at the bottleneck corresponds to an improvement of about 7% of the processing time at the bottleneck and about 2 to 3% in labor content. 3 seconds faster at the bottleneck is translating into a profit increase from $27 per hour to $48 per hour. We almost doubled our profitability. Wow. Almost doubling profits just because of shaving off a couple of 3 seconds at the bottleneck. That is a key insight here to the value of improving productivity. It's not just about cutting the cost of labor. Poor productivity creates a real opportunity cost of not selling more sandwiches. More productivity helps us to increase the top line and serve more customers. In today's video, we saw that the labor productivity is important for 2 reasons. First, little things add up. The example from the auto industry has reminded us that it's not just about the labor that happens in our process. Our suppliers use labor to generate our inputs. And our supplier has its own suppliers who also use labor. When you add up the labor costs through the value chain, the cost numbers become quite sizable. And second, we learned how labor can act as a constraint on the process. That gets us back to the bottleneck. The reason why we want to shave off a second or 2 at the bottleneck is not to save ourselves the associated labor cost. Rather, we want to do this with the aim of generating some additional capacity. If we are capacity constrained, more bottleneck capacity is worth a ton of money as it adds to top-line revenues. And what is not to like about that? In the coming video, we'll talk more about process improvement strategies. Until then, grab a sandwich and look for the bottleneck. The reason why we analyze processes, the reason why we compute things such as idle time and labor utilization levels, or the cost of direct labor, is of course to improve the process. We want to make things better. In today's video, I will introduce 3 tools that will help you improve your process. I will refer to them as offloading the bottleneck, balancing the line using takt time, and we'll talk about specialization. Let's start with the idea of offloading the bottleneck. In 1984, Ellie Goldratt wrote a highly successful book entitled The Goal. Hard to believe, but the book is about operations management, and it's an operations management textbook written as a novel. Unlike my books, it has sold millions of copies. The hero of the book is a fictitious plant manager by the name of Alex, who discovers the principles of process analysis. Alex has his epiphany when he takes a group of Boy Scouts for a hike in the forest. The group takes a single file path and starts out close to each other. But the longer they march, the more the group spreads out. The boys in the front tend to be the fast ones, and so they walk at their own rate, leaving the others behind. One chubby scout by the name of Herbie is holding the group back. He has hundreds of meters of empty trail in front of him, and a group of impatient Boy Scouts that, due to the narrowness of the trail, cannot overtake him, behind him. Alex realizes that this hike has a lot in common with his production process. He associates the speed with which the entire group is moving with the flow rate in the plant. Just as a plant cannot produce faster than the bottleneck, the group of Boy Scouts cannot walk faster than Herbie. So any process improvement starts by looking at the bottleneck. In the case of Herbie, Alex soon found out that this ability to walk as fast as the other kids was not just constrained by his physiological limitations, but also by Herbie carrying a rather large and heavy backpack with plenty of snacks inside. To improve the hiking speed of the group, Alex then takes Herbie's backpack and puts the content up among the other faster scouts. Yes, those scouts are now slowed down a bit, but Herbie is able to walk faster, and that is all that counts. In general, we refer to the improvement strategy of moving work away from the bottleneck as offloading the bottleneck. Offloading the bottleneck can take multiple forms. First, we can think about reassigning activities to other resources with more capacity, an improvement strategy that we will refer to in a moment as line balancing. Second, we can think about automating some of the activities, consuming time at the bottleneck by using technology. For example, we might be able to automate the dispensing of a wrapping paper, which has the potential of reducing the processing time for employee number 2. As a side note, McDonald's key innovations on their way to becoming the fast food empire was the invention of a condiment dispenser, which would provide an exact supply of ketchup or mayonnaise by the pressing of a button. Third, we can think about outsourcing some of the activities consuming time at the bottleneck. Imagine it would be possible to put the condiments in the bag at the beginning of the shift, or to even purchase bags that are already loaded with condiments. This would reduce the time for employee 2, which, given that employee 2 is a bottleneck, would increase the capacity of the process. Next, let's turn to line balancing and takt time. In our prior calculations, we found the capacity of the 3-person line to be about 78 sandwiches per hour. What are you doing when demand is higher? The busy stores at lunchtime have demands all the way up to 160 sandwiches an hour. And for that, well, we clearly need more labor. So I want you to wrestle with 2 questions while you put me on pause. The first one is about the cycle time. What cycle time do you need to hit to serve 160 customers per hour? And the second one is on staffing. How many workers will you need? Okay, put me on pause now. All right, here we go again. Let's get this done together. So what cycle time do you need to meet a demand of 160 sandwiches per hour? Well, there are 3,600 seconds in an hour, and I want to make myself 160 sandwiches during that hour. So the hours cancel out, and I'm going to get 22.5 seconds per sandwich. That is the cycle time I need to achieve to meet demand. In a moment, we're going to refer to this number as the takt time. That's going to be the takt of demand. Takt really tells us how fast we have to run and at what cadence we have to operate to be in sync with demand. That's the whole idea of takt. Takt also helps us find out how many people we need to hire at the very minimum. That number is not going to be an exact number, but it gives us a lower bound. The logic behind this is as follows. We're going to look here at the 120 seconds of labor that I know are in a sandwich. That is our labor content, 120 seconds per unit. And we're going to divide it by the takt time, the 22.5 seconds per unit. And so we have seconds per unit in the numerator and also seconds per unit in the denominator, so that cancels out. And we're going to get a staffing level of a minimum of 5.33. If we round this up to the next integer, I see that at the minimum, I need 6 workers. It's not going to be exact, but it's a target. We're going to see in the next slide that you actually will need a little bit more labor than that. But this number really provides a first good shot. So let me formalize this. We formally now define takt time as a ratio between the available time and the demand rate. So available time was in our example 3,600 seconds per hour, and we want to have 160 units per hour of demand. So the takt is 22.5 seconds per unit. The word takt comes from the German word Takt, which is used in the musical world. We want to make sure that not every musician is playing at his or her own pace, but everybody stays in sync. So I think it's very appropriate to use the word takt in the case of process analysis. Let me emphasize, a takt time is an ambition, it is a target. It does not depend on the capacity or the capability of the process. It's just turning demand into a target cycle time for the process. Once we have done the takt time, we can compute the target manpower. The target manpower, as we saw, is the ratio between the labor content and the takt time. In our case, it was 5.33 person, which was 120 seconds of labor content divided by 22.5 seconds of the takt per unit. So ideally, we would like to hire 5.33 persons. Since you cannot hire a third of a worker, this is clearly not feasible, and we were rounding this up to 6. As we will see in a moment, even 6 might not be enough. The reason for that is that work cannot easily be divided into smaller chunks. So for example, the cash register operation here, that takes 20 seconds. That is a block or a chunk that we cannot move easily forth and back. And so you notice when you're allocating the activities across the resources here, the employees, even the bottleneck has some slack, has some idle time relative to the takt time. Again, line balancing means that you take the takt time, 22.5 seconds in our example, and then you spread out the activities from greeting the customer all the way to the cash register, subject to the constraint that no individual should have more work and their processing time than the takt time. If you notice you're going above the takt time, well, then you just move the work to the next resource and continue until you found out that in this case, we actually need 7 employees. Now let me point out some subtlety that I find somewhat counterintuitive. It's counterintuitive, at least for me, I'm not sure about you. So here, because of the demand rate, we said that even the bottleneck would have some idle time. Let's ignore that. Let's make us capacity constrained and assume that we are running at the rate of the bottleneck, which is producing a unit every 21 seconds. We can then compute how much idle time each of the workers has. It's going to be 5 seconds for the first worker, 0 for the second worker, 2 seconds here for the next one, 7 seconds, 5 seconds, 7 seconds, and 1 second. Now, how much idle time do we now have? So we have 5 plus 0 plus 2 plus 7 plus 5 plus 7 plus 1. We have 27 seconds per unit of idle time. Do you remember how much idle time we had with 3 workers? It was 18, well less than the 27. So as we specialize, that idle time is going to go up. The more workers take on the work, the harder will it be to find a perfect balance. As I said, I find this counterintuitive. Today we talked about improvement strategies. We talked about offloading the bottleneck, and we talked about balancing the line using the concept of takt time. We have not yet talked about specialization. So here we go. Adam Smith, a famous philosopher and economist, wrote about the benefits of specialization already in the 18th century. Smith looked at a pin factory. You see a picture of a pin factory here, and a quote from Adam Smith that nicely captures the concept of specialization. Now, it is a stretch to move from a pin factory to a Subway restaurant, but let me try. What benefits might we get in our Subway restaurant as a result of specialization? I propose that we would benefit in at least 4 ways. First, think of a reduction in processing times due to elimination of setups. The times for the various activities might be reduced, and thus the capacity levels increased, as workers specialize in fewer activities. For example, an employee who is doing all the activities might have to take off his gloves when he switches between touching a sandwich and operating the cash register, which would increase his or her processing time. A person who does nothing but operate the cash register would not face such an inconvenience. Oftentimes, such disruptions are referred to as setup times. Second, I can imagine a reduction in processing times due to learning. If you cut 1,000 tomatoes per day, chances are you'll get pretty good at that. Simply put, practice makes perfect, and this perfection also manifests itself in shorter processing times. Third, we can potentially get away with lower skilled labor. More specialized labor tends to require a shorter training period and oftentimes receives lower wages. It takes less time to teach an employee how to assemble a rearview mirror compared to teaching her how to assemble an entire car. So even if specialization does not decrease the processing times, it can still save us money. Finally, I think about the need for equipment replication. Another benefit of the specialized process flow relates to the amount of equipment that is needed to operate the process. 6 parallel stations in which each employee carries out all the activities would require that each employee would get her own equipment, including a cash register, which is rather expensive. Again, all of these benefits have to be weighed against the cost of specialization. As we specialize, the idle time is going up, which at least to me was somewhat counterintuitive. Moreover, the coordination needs and the interdependence among the workers are increasing. If I have only one person who can slice tomatoes and that person does not show up for the job, I have a problem. In contrast, if each employee is capable of making a whole sandwich from beginning to end, my process is much more robust. This might not be a big deal in the production of a sandwich, but it is a super hot topic in producing cars and phones in today's global and interdependent supply chains. Okay, enough about the 18th century. In the next video, we'll talk about flying to Mars. It should be a nice contrast to this digression in history. See you then. In the last video, I promised you will be flying to Mars today. I will keep my word, but first, I want to annoy you with some rather earthly calculations. I want to first repeat the definitions that we have covered until now in this module. In the set of videos, we talked about the labor content, the cycle time, the idle time, the labor utilization, and the cost of direct labor. We also talked about the idea of line balancing. Now that we have arrived at the end of this module, I want you to be comfortable computing the cycle time, finding the labor content and the labor utilization, and computing the cost of direct labor. You should also be able to determine how long it takes to produce X units, starting with an empty system. And finally, you should now be able to find takt time and the target manpower, as well to think about some process improvement strategies. Down here, you see the key formulas that you will need to remember from this module. The problem I've chosen for this module is Mr. K's hair salon. Mr. K is a problem that's somewhat similar to the subway case in the sense that there are multiple activities that are done by a set of workers. Let me emphasize that there are 5 activities. There are 5 activities, not 5 workers. There are 3 workers and 5 activities. And the 5 activities are spread out, as you can see in the question. As usual, I want you to put me on hold while you're tackling the problem by yourself first. So pause now. All right, here we go again. We start by looking at the bottleneck. And for that, we draw a simple process flow diagram. So we have a box for the first worker, a triangle, a box for the second worker, another triangle, and a box for the third worker. So that's our process flow diagram. And then for the bottleneck, we need to find the capacity level, and that requires computing the processing times first. The processing times here are 10 minutes per guess at the first, 20 at the second, and 30 minutes per guess at the third resource. And to get to the capacity level, what we do is we're going to take M divided by the processing time. And since it's a 1 worker per station, it's simply 1 divided by the processing time. So it is 1 divided by 10 as a capacity for the first resource, 1 by 20, 1 by 30. Okay. And this is now expressed in guess per minute. All right, that makes it clear that the third resource is going to be the bottleneck, and that answers our question. Next, let's look at average labor utilization. I mentioned in the module 2 ways of finding the average labor utilization. And so let me illustrate how both of them would work. The labor utilization, we said, is labor content, which is the sum of the processing time, divided by 3 times the cycle time. Okay, so what does this mean? The labor content is 10 plus 20 plus 30, the sum of the processing time, and that's 60 minutes per unit. And we're going to be on a 30-minute cycle, so 3 times 30 is 90 minutes, which gets us a 66% labor utilization. Now, the other way that I mentioned in the video, we could compute the same thing by looking at the labor content and then divide it by the labor content plus the idle time. Now, again, we're on a 30-minute cycle here, and so that means that my first resource has 20 minutes of an idle time. Processing time is 10 minutes, and the cycle time is 30, so 20 minutes of an idle time. The second one has 10 minutes of idle time, and the third one 0. So that means we have a total idle time of 30 minutes. So 60 divided by 60 plus 30 is going to be my labor utilization. Same result. And then finally, at a wage rate of $20 per hour, what is the cost of direct labor per customer? For that, we have to look at 3 people, each make $20 per hour, so it's $60 per hour, and we're going to divide it by the flow rate. We're serving 2 guests per hour, that's our flow rate. And so the per hour is going to cancel out, and we're going to get a cost of direct labor that is $30 per guest. Here's the next batch of questions. How long would it take the process to serve 10 customers starting out empty? Well, let's think about that. How long would it take to serve 1 customer? Well, that's going to be 10 minutes at the first resource, the first employee, 20 minutes at the second employee, 30 minutes at the third employee. So after 60 minutes, we're going to have our first customer out. From then onwards, we need to serve 9 more, and those 9 are going to come out at the rate of the cycle time, which is 30. So 60 plus 9 times 30, and that gives us 330 minutes. All right, how could this process be improved by offloading the bottleneck? Well, that question kind of gives away the answer. So we have to move work away from the bottleneck. And we saw the bottleneck was station number 3, right? And so when you look at the activities here, station number 3 is doing the hair, but also spending 5 minutes here on the checkout. And if you could move these 5 minutes to somebody who has less work to do, and the key suspect, I guess, here is going to be station number 1, you would offload the bottleneck. So in short, what you would be doing here is you would move 5 minutes of work from station number 3, the third employee, who is currently the bottleneck, and this is going to be super busy. You're going to take these 5 minutes to station number 1, who really has nothing to do. That doesn't always work because there might be precedence relationship. It's a good move you should consider. All right, what's the takt time that we need to achieve if we want to have 40 customers per day served? Remember, when we look at takt time, we look at the available time, so 10 hours or 600 minutes per day, and we're going to divide it by the demand rate, which we said is the target demand, and we said that is here 40 customers per day. So the per day cancels out, and we have 600 by 40, that is 15 minutes between customers. So that's going to be our takt. We're going to be serving a customer every 15 minutes. And the takt time in turn allows us to compute the target manpower. For the target manpower, remember, we have to look at the labor content, and the labor content divided by the takt is simply going to give us a target manpower. So again, labor content, we already computed, that was 60 minutes per customer. And we're going to divide it by the 15 minutes per customer that we just computed as a takt. So that means at the very minimum, if everything goes super smoothly and there's no idle time, we're going to need a total of 4 employees. My philosophical observation of today relates to the difference between project management and process management. Many of you likely have experience with managing a project. You define activities, set an end goal, and you look for something known as a critical path. Recently, I heard an interesting quote from Elon Musk. Think of Elon Musk whatever you like, but Tesla and SpaceX are arguably remarkable businesses. Elon was talking a bit about his favorite topic, which is flying to Mars. He said flying to Mars is more of a D-Day operation than it is an Apollo mission. Let me repeat this. Flying to Mars is more of a D-Day operation than it is an Apollo mission. What did he mean? The Apollo was an amazing project with a single mission and a historical success. On July 20, 1969, NASA landed the Apollo 11 and its astronauts on the moon. Personally, I don't remember it. I was exactly 100 days old when that happened. Land a man on the moon. Though ultimately multiple people walked on the surface of the moon, the entire management focus of the Apollo mission was on landing one man on the moon. The mission of D-Day and the invasion of Normandy by the Western Allied forces was different. It was not about landing one boat in Normandy, On June 6 in 1944, the Americans, British, and the French began sending over 150,000 soldiers to Normandy coastline, including the famous Utah Beach, Omaha Beach, Juno Beach, and Sword Beach. I like this picture here of American airplane production before the invasion. The focus of management was not to build a boat or build a plane, it was building many of them. Process management ultimately only makes sense if you're repeating something. Elon Musk does not want to build one rocket to fly to Mars. He intends, and in fact has even started to build, many starships. His dream is to establish a colony on Mars. For management problems where you only do something once, you should take a course on project management. If, however, you want to do something multiple times, you have to think about process flows. For most of us, I propose, planning a wedding is a project. You plan for one marriage. The wedding planner, in contrast, thinks of weddings as a process. Other examples. The more units flow through the process, the easier will it be to use process analysis as a tool. When in the late 1800s Gottlieb Daimler built the first car, he at first didn't think about bottlenecks, utilizations, or inventory. His focus was on managing one project, which was building a beautiful car. When 3 decades later Henry Ford mass-produced cars, he would make a vehicle roughly every minute. For Ford, it was all about the process. Similarly, in healthcare, big emergency rooms see between 100 and 200 patients per day. Even something medically challenging as a bypass surgery is now thought of as a process. In contrast, when Dr. Daniel Williams performed the first heart surgery, he most likely thought of it as a project. So you see that when work gets repeated, when we move from the first units to the nth unit, we need to change our focus from project management to process management. And that is really what this course is all about. Welcome to the module on lean operations. The goal of this module is to help you spot waste in the processes that you analyze. Though each and every process is somewhat unique, we will see that there's a common pattern when we look for inefficiencies. What I want you to do in this module is really learn how to figure out the DNA of waste. The module is relatively light on math, but please don't hold this against the idea of lean. Let me also emphasize that the idea of lean operation is really present throughout all modules in this course, rather than being squeezed into this single module. As so often, let me kick off this module with a personal story. Now, a little while ago, I needed to get an MRI with a contrast agent, which is a relatively simple radiology procedure. And so I got an appointment here at Penn Medicine's radiology department for 10 a.m. German as I am, I arrived at the hospital at 9:45. I arrived at radiology, I gave them my name and they confirmed my appointment time. And then to my pleasant surprise, similar to what you see at some restaurants where you're checking in to wait for a table, the hospital gave me a little buzzer. I said to myself, that's kind of cool. They really thought about the waiting time experience here. So I took my buzzer and I sat down. To my even bigger delight, about 15 minutes later, at 10:05, the buzzer started buzzing. That was fast, I thought. Unfortunately, it was not my turn to be examined as scheduled with my radiology appointment. Instead, I was now allowed to really check in. So I checked in at the different check-in booths at 10:10, got back and waited. Now at 10:20, also not too bad, eventually the nurse called me. I was directed to the changing room over here in this part of the hospital. I changed and I waited. I was stuck in a room with a television that couldn't be turned off. Finally, at 11 o'clock, I was called by the nurse and she directed me to the imaging room. I waited in the imaging room for about another 20 minutes until the radiologist showed up. For a few minutes, he explained me what he was about to do with me. We had the procedure, which took about 10 minutes. I was directed back to the changing room and instructed to wait to make sure that the images turned out all right. And then I could ultimately change back into my normal clothes, and about 2 hours later, at 12 o'clock, I was out of there. Let me ask you this. Where did you see inefficiencies during my morning as I journeyed through the hospital? We'll get back to some inefficiencies of this story later on in this module. For now, I wanted to talk about two grandmasters of operations management. Let me start with Frederick Winslow Taylor. Taylor wrote a famous book, The Principles of Scientific Management. He wrote this book well over 100 years ago. In his studies of workers, Taylor believed in careful and systematic observation. Oftentimes he was able to obtain dramatic improvements in productivity, typically through waste reduction, picking the right man and tools for the job, and setting the right incentives. Now, for the better or for the worse, today the word Taylorism is unfortunately used more as a curse word. One of the reasons for Taylor's decline in popularity is that Taylor had a rather difficult relationship when it came to human beings. He was interested in their muscles, not in their brains. But please allow me to nevertheless share 2 quotes with you from the Principles of Scientific Management. So first, Taylor wrote, "We can see and feel the waste of material things. Awkward, inefficient, or ill-directed movements of man, however, leave nothing visible or tangible behind." And then the other quote I wanted to share is kind of weird, but I really like this one. "Employers derive their knowledge of how much of a given class of work can be done in a day from either their own experience, which has frequently grown hazy with age, from casual and unsystematic observation of their man, or at best from records." I really like these quotes. I think they are as important now as they were 100 years ago. At the heart of this module is the idea that we need to measure the amount of work that is done by our resources, and that measurement is hard. It's really hard. The data is not easily available, but the fact that it is hard shouldn't keep us from doing it. The second gentleman I would like to quote is Taiichi Ohno. Taiichi Ohno is really seen as the father of the Toyota production system. So 2 Ohno quotes. First, Ohno wrote, "Moving is not working. The Toyota style is not to create results by working hard." And then the second quote reads, "All we're doing is we're looking at the timeline from the moment the customer gives us an order to the point we collect the cash." As I think back to my radiology experience, let me begin with the second Ohno quote. "Here is my timeline from the moment I entered the hospital to the moment I left the hospital. You can see that only a small fraction of that time had really to do anything with medical imaging. I needed that day about 20 minutes of care, but I spent 2 hours and 15 minutes in the hospital. So that was really a waste of my time." Now, maybe the hospital designs a process with the objective of maximizing hospital efficiency rather than optimizing for the patient experience. After all, hospitals are under a significant amount of cost pressure. So maybe they did a good job on efficiency and not on my willingness to pay. So let's think about the hospital efficiency. How about the person who gave me the buzzer? Was that person adding value? The massive waiting room in the lobby? Was that needed for improving my patient experience? How about the person who checked me in and confirmed my paperwork? Was he or she adding value? So you see where I'm going with this. As an example of hospital resources, let's look at space. Space is really expensive for hospital operations. Hospitals are really space constrained and have to pay for expensive real estate. Since I had consulted for this hospital at prior times, I asked the management to share a floor plan of the radiology unit with me. Now, let me ask you this. Which space on this floor plan adds value? Right. At the end of the day, the value is generated in the imaging room. Given that I was waiting for 20 minutes in the imaging room, that room and that expensive equipment in there were clearly not running at a high level of utilization. Now, given that patients don't spend 20 minutes in the department, but over 2 hours, we have to put these patients somewhere. And what are patients sitting around? Exactly, their inventory. And an inventory of patients requires space. And what do you need when you have elderly men like me sit around waiting for an hour, especially when you think of a water fountain nearby? Let's not go there. As you can see from this example, the hospitals that are really short in space, but they really primarily consist out of lobbies, waiting rooms, restrooms, utility rooms, and so on. All of this space exists for a good reason, don't get me wrong. But most of this space doesn't add value to the patient. This gets me back to my process analysis module. Remember how I introduced 2 perspectives to the process in an operation? We can take the flow unit's perspective, in the case that would be the patient, and look for where the patient wasted time. This was really the idea of Ohno talking about the timeline. We can also take the perspective of the resource. That is the employees, the real estate, the imaging machine. That is a much more Tayloristic perspective. the waste of my time, or the waste of the time of the resources here, note that none of this really has left a record behind. This is why I like the Taylor quote so much. Awkward, inefficient, or ill-directed movements of man leave nothing visible or tangible behind. So one of the key things we need to do in this module is to learn how to carefully observe how work is done. See you in the next video. As I mentioned in the opening video, we need to be mindful of the time that is wasted at resources, as well as the time that is wasted by our customers, by our flow unit. Today we will start looking at the time wasted at a resource. Again, I would like to start this video with a medical story. A number of years ago, my colleague Evan Fieldston and I did a study in the ICU at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Our research question was simple. We wanted to know what fraction of time an ICU bed was used to provide the care it can and should provide, and how much of the time was wasted. As we were launching our study, I felt reminded of Taylor's words. Waste of times leave nothing tangible behind. How true. Where would we go and find the data of wasted time? Like in any modern operation, there was no shortage of data. Medical records, billing records, hospital IT systems, you name it. But where would we find how much time was wasted? In our study of the ICU capacity at CHOP, here's what Evan and I did. We found a motivated student, and that student would go to the ICU and go around the beds every hour, over and over again. It's a really academic approach, and I feel somewhat guilty of asking our students to spend so much time, but I still think that this was the only way to get the job done. Anyway, this approach allowed us to collect thousands of hours of our observations on ICU beds and how they were used. We then classified these hours as follows. Here you see the hours that we have data for, the hours the students observed. We then looked at the hours that from a medical perspective were not really needed. That included the hours the bed was staffed, meaning it had a nurse assigned to it, but the bed was empty. Hours the kid in the bed was waiting for a transfer, and the hours that the bed was waiting for cleaning or an incoming kid. So in this case, we see that an ICU bed at CHOP at that point was basically used about 82% of the time for the care that it was designed to deliver. That, by the way, is a really, really large number. I show you this data for two reasons. First, to introduce a new tool, and then to discuss the limitations of the tool. Now, this chart illustrates a method of really rigorously collecting data and analyzing value at time. You map out the total time that you have available at the resource, and then you subtract the time that you're comfortable defining as waste. We'll talk more about what exactly constitutes waste in the next video. For now, waste is the time that you feel is not adding value. It's not helping to get the kid healthy. We then can define the overall equipment effectiveness, or OEE for short, of a resource as a percentage of time in which the available time of the resource is used productively, i.e. the resource is not wasting capacity. We can do this for any type of a resource, not just for equipment. You could do this for a machine, a factory worker, a lawyer, or an airplane. Second, let me also be upfront about the limitations of the tool. Again, let's go back to my ICU example. When we collected the data, we told the student that the kid in the bed that is on a ventilator always should be in the ICU. So any kid was observed in our study that was on a vent was coded as value at time. I think this was a plausible approach, but again, not without limitations. Imagine, for example, a kid being on the vent, but the vent really should have been disconnected a couple of hours ago. But the care team was busy taking care of another kid, and so the vent never got disconnected or got disconnected 6 hours later. And so you really have to ask yourself, are these 6 hours value at time, or are they not? That gets me to the Ono quote. Moving is not working. I think this one is really deep. Moving is not working. That means that even the dumbest consultant can look at a worker who is standing around idle and realize that that worker is not adding value. To look at a busy worker, however, somebody who is working, somebody who is moving, and determine how much of that work is really adding value, that is a lot harder. Now, according to Ono, we can break up the time of workers, that the workers are at work, into 2 buckets, work and waste. Ono defines waste as needless waste of time and worker movements that should be eliminated immediately. Again, more on this will come in the next video, but for now, it's wasteful. Worker time minus waste gives us work. But really not all work is adding value. Ono defined non-value add work as a work that was needed, but it's not directly adding value to the customer. Keep in mind this framework originates from a production setting, but I think it's really quite universal. Every process has a customer. So we can say that non-value add work in a process is work that does not directly contribute to the willingness to pay from our customer. Such work might be needed, but not adding value to the customer. It is oftentimes referred to as incidental work. For example, the person that was checking me in during my radiology visit and confirming that I would be indeed the person who was on the prescription, well, that was not outright wasteful, but we might imagine other ways to confirm my identity. And clearly from my willingness to pay perspective, that check-in didn't improve my health, my happiness, or my health outcome. All right, back to OEE. An OEE of 50% means that you can do twice as much work as you do right now with the same amount of resources. Or you can cut your resources in half and still serve the same number of customers. Now, if you're capacity constrained, these productivity improvements will really add to top-line revenues. And if you're demand constrained, they really guide you to the way to save on operating costs. To give you a non-healthcare example of this, consider the OEE of an airplane. Airplanes are really expensive pieces of capital equipment, and so you want to get as much airtime out of an airplane as possible. Here's an OEE chart for American Airlines Dallas-Fort Worth. Every good consulting presentation that I've seen in operations has some version of this slide somewhere in the deck. So if you look at the 24 hours that are in a day, the plane is about 1/3 of the time in the air. That's pretty impressive, by the way, and it's certainly much higher than what it was 20 years ago in the airline industry. Not to mention the situation in the summer of 2020 with the collapse of air travel that we've seen during COVID. Now, why is that? What happens during the other time? So boarding, deplaning, maintenance, all of this stuff is clearly important, but it's not directly adding value. That is the idea of incidental activities. Personally, when I ran these numbers, I was most surprised by the taxi time. For really more than an hour and a half per day, that $100 million airplane is basically acting as a bus. All of us are busy, which means we typically call for more resources. We want more staff, we want more equipment, we want more office space, more, and more. Now, the OEE framework reminds us that our first job in process improvement is to get more out of our existing resources. An OEE of 50% means that we can double our capacity without adding more resources. The OEE framework is primarily there to help you organize data and the data collection from the front line. It tells you what to look for as you're looking for process improvement opportunities. Now, like any framework, the framework is not right or wrong. It is up to you and your data collection to decide what you make with it. But it supports the spirit of Genshi Genbutsu. Go and see for yourself. In the next video, we'll talk about what to look for when you're at the front line looking for waste. See you then. The OEE framework has helped us to look at a resource and separate waste from value add time. In this session, let's talk a bit more about what waste looks like. According to Taiichi Ohno, there exist 7 sources of waste. I already introduced the key idea in the last session, moving is not working. So as we look for waste, it is not just the idle resource that provides the opportunity. Busyness per se is not a virtue. A piece of equipment might be highly utilized, or an employee might always be overworked, but that is no guarantee that the process or the employee is adding value. Let's start by going back to the Taylor quote. Remember we talked about awkward, inefficient, or ill-directed movements of man? Well, your awkward, inefficient, and ill-directed operations professor will now define 7 sources of waste. The first waste I want to define is wasted motion. It's unnecessary movement of people during their work. I just changed the tire of my bike this morning. It took me probably twice as long as it takes the skilled bike mechanic down the street from here. And so that is a form of wasted motion. The same is really true for a chef. I love watching chefs in the kitchen. Every motion adds value. There's no fumbling, there's no pausing. There's just perfection. That's just not me. The second waste relates to defects. Defects are obviously not adding value. They're really annoying for the customer if they remain undetected. And if you detect the defect within the boundaries of your process, they require you fixing them, something that is known as rework. So defects are a second source of waste. Overprocessing is a third source of waste, which relates to producing a higher quality than what is needed or demanded by the customer. It's like serving a fancy meal to your relative who only eats cheeseburgers, or maybe with my German family only loves bratwurst. So now we're up to 3: motion, overprocessing, and defects. All of those 3 can be found by looking at one resource in isolation. To see the other 4 sources of waste, we really have to move beyond one worker performing one task and look at the process and many workers in a line. Just think back to the subway case, the 3 persons making a sandwich every 46 seconds. As you switch to looking at the process now, we typically encounter idle time. Some resources, by definition, have more capacity than the bottleneck, and so they will incur idle time. Now, Ono referred to idle time as waiting, as the worker is really waiting for the flow unit, the part. Personally, I like idle time better, because I don't want to confuse it with customers waiting for a resource. But again, Ono calls it waiting, and who am I to criticize the god of operations? Next, there's inventory. If the flow is not well coordinated, some of the resources will produce faster than the others. In particular, it's going to be the bottleneck, it's going to be the slowest step, and we're going to end up with inventory in the process and typically in front of the bottleneck. That is our 5th source of waste. Inventory also happens when we produce more than what is demanded by the customer. We go back to our discussion of takt time and its role of keeping us in sync with demand. Ono named this overproduction, and he made it the 6th source of waste. And finally, as we have multiple resources in the process, we have to move the flow unit from one resource to the other, which is known as transportation. So here they are, 7 sources of waste. Again, more to come in future videos, but I wanted to introduce a framework first. Let me make 2 observations. First, how do you remember these 7 sources of waste? There are really multiple memory tricks out there, but the one I like the best is Tim Wood. Tim Wood simply combines transport, inventory, motion, waiting, overprocessing, overproduction, and defects. I know it's somewhat stupid, but at least for me, it has always worked. And then second, the operations community now increasingly refers to an 8th source of waste, and that's the waste of intellect, which means not using the ideas of those working in the process. That is a wasted opportunity and thus an 8th source of waste. We'll talk more about involving the workers in future discussions on quality. At this point, think back to the comment I made on Taylorism at the beginning of this module. In the 20 years that I've been doing consulting work and research collaborations with companies, I've always been amazed how universally applicable the 7 sources of waste end up being. Yes, waste really might look different in each industry. Yes, this framework has its root in manufacturing, but it also works well in other settings, including healthcare. I show you some examples here on this slide. I find it almost shocking how directly the 7 sources of waste apply to healthcare and similar settings. Rework in healthcare is called readmissions. Hospitals have a whole department called patient transports. Rooms, equipment, and providers are at times idle, as we discussed at the beginning of the module. And don't get me started on overproduction, the provision of unnecessary procedures by the providers. Anyway, I'm sure you have seen these things in one form or the other in your own experience. Now, spotting waste really requires careful observation. In the past, this has mostly been done by stopwatching people. For example, I've done some work myself using a method called time and motion studies. What I did is I video recorded primary care providers, and then I would dissect the encounters that they had with their patients, second by second, with the help of some medical experts and other doctors, to look for waste. This would give us a sense on how doctors are spending their time with patients. It was fascinating to me to see how little time was spent on actual examinations. Such data collection is obviously very tedious. Moreover, when you show up with either a video camera or a stopwatch to collect data, chances are that you're not really getting representative data from the operations. Let me make 2 observations on how such time and motion studies are changing as we're moving along in history. First, most service operations these days are really digitized. And so oftentimes you can get timestamped data from the operations, particularly call centers, claim processing, customer support, or reading x-rays. And all of these processes have something that I refer to as digital exhaust. Such processes store when an employee touches a record and how long they work on it. That allows you to compute the processing times even years after the work has happened. Taylor's claim of movement leaving nothing tangible behind is simply no longer true in our modern digital world. Second, we now really have technology to use image processing and AI to do this observation for us. To help illustrate, I've been working with a startup run by two Penn grads. And these guys have developed machine vision technology that helps manufacturing firms to measure processing times, spot waste, and detect quality problems via video cameras that are installed at the assembly line. What you see here is the assembly line of Pride Mobility. Pride is making high-end wheelchair, a business also run by a Wharton grad. And the video footage here on this slide shows you line segment 170, which consists out of some manual assembly operation. And you notice that the image recognition of the software is tracking the flow unit, which is the wheelchair. And it's also tracking the resource, which is the gentleman here in the white t-shirt. And then the software is smart enough to spot when the worker is idle or the worker is spending more time on the flow unit as usual. All this data is then fed into a reporting system that spits out reports that look like this. Now, I'm sure you've seen this in your own life. This is really more and more 1984 George Orwell than is emerging in our society. But it doesn't matter if you drive a modern car, surf the internet, or go for a walk with your phone. Everything that we now do can be tracked and leaves a data trail behind. This is certainly worthy a longer discussion about privacy and individual freedoms. If you're interested in this topic, I make sure to provide a link to some work I've been doing in this space. I do, however, think that these various tracking technologies will and should play an increasing role in operations management. In the previous video, we defined the OEE as a percentage of time that a resource is doing what it is designed to do. Until now, waste was an abstract enemy that was somehow reducing our OEE. The 7 sources of waste framework helps us to see how exactly we waste capacity. Tim Wood, in other words, is a main enemy to our lean operations. In the next video, I want to switch the perspective and talk about the view of the flow unit, be it a customer in a service process or a widget in a production process. See you then. Unfortunately, many experts and consultants focus entirely on the OEE metric we discussed in the last session. To them, lean operations is all about making the resources more productive. And how do you make a resource like a doctor more productive? Well, since idle time is one of the 7 sources of waste, having a waiting room packed with enough patients to keep our doc busy for an entire day seems like a good idea. We talk about customer waiting times in another module of this course. For now, let me just point out this is not lean at all. Remember that inventory is also a form of waste, and wasting customers are inventory. As I mentioned in the context of my radiology experience at the beginning of the module, lean is equally about the customer. Customers waiting and customers running around are also forms of waste. And so in this session, we introduce some tools and measures to capture this. We're now changing the perspective from the resource to the perspective of the flow unit. When Ono looked at manufacturing flows, he postulated products have to flow like water. Products have to flow like water. Well, why wouldn't they? What keeps products from smoothly flowing through the production process? Take a look at this 3-step production process here. Parts here are taken out of inventory, then they are produced in a casting operation. Once all the parts are done with casting, a transporter moves them over to the machining operations. There they wait again until the machine has completed the previous production cycle. Again, a worker then comes and moves the output over to the assembly station. Of course, the other parts are not ready yet in the batch, and so they have to wait. And so the assembly only starts when all the parts are there. And so our parts spends even more time waiting. Finally, the parts, once they are assembled, get shipped. Now we can define the flow time efficiency, also known as the percentage value add time, as a ratio between the value add time and the flow time. So in this three-step process, you notice that only a small fraction of the flow time is really adding value. Most of the flow time, the flow unit sits around waiting to be moved forward in its journey. In my radiology example at the beginning of the module, the ratio was 20 minutes of care spread out over more than 2 hours of flow time. But here's another observation about customer experience. Personally, I would argue that it's not just about the time investment of the customer, but it's also about customer friction, customer effort, and pain points. Personally, I'd much rather spend 10 hours at home waiting for an email that takes my doctor 5 minutes to write, rather than spending 1 hour in the waiting room for a 10-minute discussion. Now, you see that the flow time efficiency is superior in the second scenario, but I prefer the first. This is the observation behind a tool that is known as the service blueprint. What the service blueprint does, it takes all the activities related to one or multiple customer episodes, and then the service blueprint reorganizes them along 2 dimensions. From the left to the right, we have time. We start with the early activities on the left and work our way to the later activities on the right, just like with the previous production timeline. But unlike the production timeline I showed with the casting operation, we now also have a vertical dimension. The vertical dimension distinguishes where the customer service is delivered. On top, we have activities that happen at the home of the customer. Really, from a customer perspective, this type of work is preferable. From my customer's perspective, it's generally preferable to deal with work from home compared to work that happens on what's called on stage. On stage stands for work that happens at the retail branch, in the hospital, or inside the factory. But also from the firm's perspective, carrying out work on stage tends to be expensive. You usually incur real estate costs, and the firm also has to have the resources ready exactly when the customer walks in. So wherever we can, it's nice to move work away from the stage. We want to move work off stage. It's just like checking into your flight from home as opposed to doing this at the gate. Just think about my radiology example one more time. Verifying my insurance status, this is work that could have been done before I showed up in the hospital. More convenient for me and cheaper for the hospital. Beyond having the work happen at home, we can also think about another way of moving it off stage. Imagine we as a firm could do the work for the customer. I mean, you think about buying stuff on Amazon. You wouldn't enter any billing or shipping information anymore when you buy something on Amazon. You know that Amazon has stored everything and remembers it over time, so that reduces your work the next time you're going to buy something. Why can't my hospital do this? Why do I have to fill out a 4-page survey in the waiting room every time I see my doctor, only then to be asked exactly the same questions on the survey when I'm talking to the doctor in the room? To be fair, this has gotten a lot better over the last years, but you get my point. So another way of improving the customer experience is through automation. We move effort away from the customer by automating some of the activities. In my latest book, Connected Strategy, that I wrote with my colleague Nikolai Segelko, we discuss how modern technology can create seamless and magical user experiences that do not always require the customer to take action. Flow units are impatient, and so we should get them through our process as fast as we can. That is true for a crankshaft in an auto plant that should not sit in inventory for a week, but rather should be turned over many times during the week or even multiple times during the day in order to reduce the inventory cost. But it's also true for a service organization, where the inventory consists of waiting customers. And clearly, customers want to move as opposed to be sitting around and waiting. In either setting, we can compute the percentage of flow time that is used for value-adding activities as a good diagnostic tool to see where flow time is wasted in the process. That's it for today. I see you soon. One of the privileges of being a Wharton professor is that I get to work with some really smart doctoral students. My students are my collaborators in research, and more often than not, they're also my teaching assistants in my class. At this point, I should confess that it's really my teaching assistants who grade the final exam. Now, the exam consists out of a dozen or so questions, each of which has 2, 3, 4 sub-questions. So let's look at how the TAs organize the grading process. Here's a picture of 2 of my favorite doctoral students, Leslie Meng, now on the faculty at Yale, and Dawson Cowher, now on the faculty of Georgetown. Leslie and Dawson were grading exams on this day, about 120 of them. Not surprisingly, they had to split up the work between the two of them, and you see how each of them is grading about 60 exams. What do you notice when looking at this picture? First, we see that Dawson has 60 exams in front of him. All of them are turned on a particular page. Leslie, in contrast, has only one exam in front of her, and she has one stack of exams to her left and one stack to her right. Can you imagine what they do differently? Well, let's start with Leslie. Leslie picks up an exam, goes through the exam from beginning to end, and then enters the exam score into a table. One exam after the other until all of them are fully graded. Makes sense? Doesn't it? Look at Dawson. Dawson starts with question 1. Say question 1 has 3 sub-questions. And then Dawson grades question 1 for all the exams. Then he moves to question 2 and repeats the whole thing. Ask yourself for a moment, what are the pros and cons of the two strategies? Now, since few of you will be entering the exam grading business, I want to generalize this example and talk about how flow units journey through a process. What we've done so far in this course, we've simply assumed that a flow unit makes its way through the process whenever there's resources downstream that has capacity. But how that flow unit is managed and what triggers that flow unit to advance is actually pretty important. In this video, I want to talk about 3 ways we can manage flow. We'll first talk about push versus pull, including just-in-time deliveries. We then talk about mixed model production. And finally, we will talk about single unit flows as opposed to transport batches. Imagine you have a 3-step process with the capacity levels that you see here. You have enough input for that process and you have hardworking and motivated employees. What's going to happen? Well, it's clear that station 2 here is the bottleneck. But since station 1 is motivated and works really hard, he or she is going to push units into the process. All of them are going to pile up in front of station 2. This really doesn't help the flow rate because the capacity constraint is at station 2, but it will increase the inventory. In a setting like this, what we really want is station 1 to slow down. We prefer station 1 to be idle for half of the time as opposed to just flooding the process by pushing in more inventory. Now, you might say that we could send the worker at station home after we've completed a pile of inventory at station 1 in the first half of the day. There's certainly some truth to that, but the problem is it's certainly not lean, because now we have a pile of inventory between stations 1 and 2. Instead, what we should do is we should pace the process based on the speed of the bottleneck. Even better, we should think about how we can pace this process based on the speed of demand. Remember the concept of takt time. We should operate at the takt of demand. Now, ideally, we would also balance the line so that big differences in capacity levels would not occur in the first place. But you will just never get a perfect line balance. So what can we do to avoid undesirable inventory buildup? We have to really pull the work through the process from the downstream as opposed to pushing the work in from the upstream. Now, one way of achieving such a pull system is known as a Kanban system. Imagine you're selling these lovely black boxes here to the market. For sake of argument, say the downstream here is the last resource in the process. Once you've depleted a certain amount of inventory of the boxes at the last resource, typically 1 container, you need to inform the upstream that you need more. Connected to that container is a Kanban card. Once that container is empty, that Kanban card is going to be handed over to the station, the resource upstream that is feeding you, your internal supplier. Now, that person or that resource feeding you should sit there idle and do nothing until they have received the Kanban card. That's why a Kanban card is oftentimes referred to as a work authorization form. Now, again, it sounds really stupid because you're forcing people to be idle. But in the lean world, it's better to be idle rather than having to run ahead and push inventory into the system. So through the Kanban cards, you really control how much inventory is in the system. You authorize the amount of inventory. Now, the extreme version of that approach to pulling work is you have a Kanban card for every single flow unit. That means the container size is really equal to 1, and every unit is now replenished one by one. Consider, for example, the replenishment of complex modules such as seats or dashboards or exhaust systems in an automotive plant. It's fascinating to see how when the vehicle enters a certain point in the production, say the paint shop, there's an electronic signal that is sent to the supplier requesting the modules for the final assembly. And then the supplier has something like 3 or 4 hours to basically go through their operation of making the module, putting it on a truck, and delivering it to the final assembly line. And then magically, just when your vehicle that is in need of the seat is at station 255, seat assembly, that seat pops up just in time. So this is real just in time, often referred to as synchronized production. Next, let's talk about the idea of mixed model production. Remember Dawson, the TA? Why did he like to grade all the exams on question 1 before grading all the exam on question 2? The reason for that is what in operations we call a setup time or a switching time. If you've watched my module on product variety and multiple flow units, you might remember the idea of setups and that they require capacity. Imagine an automotive plant that is producing 2 types of cars, a wagon and a sedan. Since the body panels of a wagon are different from the body panels of a sedan, some of the stamping machines need to be retooled as you switch over. The operators have to do something that is called a changeover. Think about making cookies, for example. So you're baking cookies and you're switching over between making cookies in the shape of a star and sometimes you make cookies in the shape of a heart. The problem, of course, is that changing over a stamping machine that is as big as my house and has stamping dies which weigh multiple tons of steel, well, that is much harder than switching over from a star cookie cutter to a heart cookie cutter. So setups and changeovers create a form of scale economies, which is really a form of specialization. This is by no means unique to an auto plant, as we saw again with my TA example. You might also think about a surgeon who might find it easier to do 6 meniscal surgeries in a row as opposed to doing a knee surgery, then a hip surgery, and then doing an ankle surgery. People like specialization. People like scale economies. Anyway, back to my auto example. Given that retooling is hard and will really eat up my production capacity, the plant manager doesn't want to switch forth and back between sedan and wagons all too often. So he or she does what Dawson did. He or she runs a long production run of sedans. Now suppose the demand for sedans and the demand for wagons is about split evenly 50-50. What happens? While we're producing sedans, we're not producing wagons. So any sales from wagons has to come from inventory. So wagon inventory is coming down, and in contents, since we're allocating all our capacity to the sedans, the sedan inventory is going up. Then eventually we will switch from producing sedans to producing wagons, and the opposite occurs. Now the sedan inventory is coming down, the wagon inventory is going up. You see the resulting oscillation here, the up and down of the inventory cycles. And on average, the inventory is exactly going to be in the middle. Now contrast that with a plant that is able to change over production with less effort or even without any effort at all. With smaller or ultimately no changeover times, what would you do? Exactly. We would produce at the rate of demand. And since we assumed that demand for wagons and sedans would be evenly split, we produce in much smaller batches, and ultimately, if there are no changeover time, we would produce in batch sizes of 1. The technical term for this is a mixed model production, also known as Heijunka. Heijunka helps us keep inventory low. It also has another nice property. Imagine that your role in the process is to install the trunk opening mechanism, which is specific and unique only for the wagon. That means that when the plant is producing wagons, you're running all out, but then once the plant switches over to sedans, you really have plenty of idle time. So you alternate between all-out sprints and leisurely walks. In contrast with mixed model production, your workload is level, right? That employee putting in the trunk opener simply works on every other car. So the moment you do Heijunka, work starts to be much more level. I know that by now you're probably sick and tired of my Taiichi Ono quotes, but here's one last one. Run like the tortoise, not the hare. This advice is really based on the ancient fable describing the race between a hare and a tortoise. The hare ridicules the slow-moving tortoise who challenges the hare to a race, and in the race, the hare quickly gains a significant lead, and hence the hare feels comfortable taking a little nap, even if it's in the middle of the race. The tortoise, though, tired as it is, keeps on going at a steady and even pace. When the hare eventually wakes up, the hare is so far behind that all the hare does is see how the tortoise springs into victory. Unless you control your processes, processes have the tendency to operate like the hare. Your resources are motivated, and so whatever they do, everything gets pushed into the process as quickly as possible. This is especially true in service processes, where it's the customers who push themselves forward. But you have to run an operation at an even and steady pace. Run like the tortoise, not the hare. That gets me to my third concept I wanted to talk about in this video here, and that is the idea of single unit flows. Because of these changeover times, we have a reason to create a production batch or production run consisting out of multiple flow units. Now, similarly, if we have a significant transportation time between stations, we have an incentive to wait for units to pile up before we do the next transportation trip. Just think about how you're buying stuff like toilet paper. Even short of the COVID-19 toilet paper craziness, chances are that you don't buy toilet paper every day, despite the fact that you're probably using toilet paper every day. You might purchase 10 rolls at your local supermarket. You might purchase 100 rolls at Costco. Now, buying 100 rolls of Costco toilet paper is likely to be cheaper and more convenient. But if you do this, on average, you now have 50 rolls of toilet paper in the house. The Toyota mindset is that if I consume 1 roll of toilet paper in my house every day, I should be purchasing 1 roll of toilet paper every day. If everybody would have followed that strategy, the March 2020 craziness around supermarket shelves being emptied of toilet paper would certainly not have happened. The idea of changing over from one model to the other every minute or two, and the idea of replenishing your toilet paper 1 roll at a time, sounds appealing from an inventory perspective, but wouldn't that translate it into lots of wasted production capacity and many trips to the supermarket? Yes, that's a problem. This gets me to my last insight in this video. The key to implement a lean operation is not just to change your production plans or your replenishment cycles. Instead, you have to build processes that are flexible enough to support this. You have to invest in flexible production equipment. You need to train your workforce, and you need to involve your suppliers, potentially asking them to build a plant next to yours. This is why, in the introduction module, I made inflexibility one of my 3 system inhibitors. All this requires a much bigger transformation than you alone deciding that you, from tomorrow onwards, are going to run a lean operation. In the next video, we'll talk about how such a bigger transformation looks like. I see you then. Let's start today's video with some historical context about the Toyota production system and thus the automotive industry. I should have said this before, and I'm sure you have noticed this by now, but I use the term lean operations and the Toyota production system interchangeably. That doesn't mean that I try to sell you a Toyota Camry. It simply points to Toyota's success of developing a really powerful management system. Again, more on that in a moment, but for now, let me start with a question. As a good German, I have to ask you this question. Do you know in which country the first car was designed and built? You guessed it. The first vehicle was built in Germany by a gentleman with the name of Carl Benz. In 1886, Carl Benz, you see a picture of Carl Benz here, built the first automotive vehicle, the Benz Patent Motorwagen. Benz was a real engineer who was passionate about the car. At that time, my hypothesis is that he didn't care much about cycle time, idle time, and line balance. It was all about making one beautiful car. The story about Carl Benz wouldn't be complete without talking about his wife, Bertha. Bertha was actually the first driver. She drove from Mannheim, where I went to college, to Pforzheim and back, a 66 miles drive each way. Legend has that she ran out of gas on the way, and for obvious reasons, there weren't any gas stations to refuel. So smart as Bertha was, she went into the local pharmacy to get enough fuel to get back home to Mannheim. The second part of the automotive story I want to share is about Henry Ford. While Carl Benz was a master of the product, I would say Henry Ford was a master of the process. He had his epiphany for how to organize car production from visiting slaughterhouses. In slaughterhouses, meat is hanging from conveyor belts and is moved from one worker to the other. So good old Henry had the idea that something like that, based on a moving line, should work in an assembly operation. So Ford really perfected in a very Tayloristic mindset the production of cars. He managed to bring the time that it took to build a car down from 12 hours to 2.5 hours. Ford relied heavily on specialization. Each worker would only be doing a very small job, like 60 seconds and less of work per car, which allowed Ford to take cheap immigrant labor off the streets and take them to quickly build up his production capacity. And so already 100 years ago, Ford was making well over 1 million vehicles per year. The most famous vehicle was the Model T, of which he had built 10 million units by 1924. He was really playing a game of scale economies. As Ford increased production, he was going down the learning curve and was squeezing the cost and the waste out of the system. That made the car affordable for the American middle class, which led to a period of prosperity and a widespread adoption of the automotive vehicle. The Toyota story is very different. Toyota was initially a company making automated looms. They went into the automotive industry just prior to World War II. 1937, they founded Toyota Motor Company. And as we know, that was a very difficult time for world history. We, the Germans, joined by the Japanese, started World War II. At the end of the war, after 1945, the world lay in ruins. And just like the US, through the Marshall Plan, helped rebuild the German economy, the US tried to help the Japanese economy. And that help included the attempt to establish an automotive industry. So what the Americans did is they took tools and experts from Detroit and transplanted them over to Japan, including to Toyota. But that didn't go very well. And one of the reasons why this didn't work was that post-World War II Japan had little domestic purchasing power. That translated into not having the demand, the scale that was so characteristic for the US market before. That spelled problems. For example, in 1950, Toyota made a grand total of 300 vehicles. They almost went bankrupt. Big crisis, worker strikes. It was really in that period of distress that the folks came together. Heavily involved was this gentleman we talked about earlier on, Taiichi Ohno, and they started building what we now refer to as a Toyota production system. I'll review the Toyota production system in a moment, but to give you a sense of the impact that the Toyota production system had on industry, consider one last piece of data. In 1986, there was a big report published out of MIT from an institute called the International Motor Vehicle Program. A group of researchers went around the world benchmarking automotive plants, comparing their productivity levels. You see here the type of metrics that we discuss in this course. Gross assembly hours per car, for example, I think of as labor content. At the time, a GM plant would have 40 hours of labor in a vehicle. A Toyota plant would have 18. Defects, 130 to 45. Most extreme, inventories. Remember how we talked about days of supply and inventory turns? 2 weeks worth of parts in a GM plant, 2 hours at Toyota. That meant that Toyota would turn the inventory multiple times in a day. And that was really the time when the world realized, wow, there is just a smarter way of building a car. The lead author of this research study, a gentleman by the name of Jim Womack, coined then the term lean operations. So again, lean and Toyota have since emerged as synonyms. I have not done any automotive work in the United States, but I did research with a German and a French car manufacturer, and both of those willingly admitted that they had embraced the Toyota production system. So what is a Toyota production system? There are many ways to visualize this, but I think the most common form of summarizing and synthesizing the Toyota production system is in the shape of a house. There's a roof, and at the top of the roof is the idea of zero waste. The cool thing with the Toyota production system is you can impress people at cocktail parties with 5 or 6 words of Japanese. So the Japanese term for waste is muda. So zero waste is the top goal. Beyond waste, people oftentimes refer to 4 other zeros: 0 defects, 0 breakdowns, 0 inventory, and 0 setup times. Very much in the spirit of the 7 sources of waste that we've discussed earlier on in this module. And then the main part of the house consists of 2 big pieces. There's a flow piece and there's a quality piece. The flow piece is all about matching supply with demand and avoiding inventory by delivering just in time. This includes things such as mixed model production, flows paced at the rate of demand. Remember, we talked about takt time, we talked about single units flow, we talked about push and pull, and we talked about Kanban. Again, lots of things that are really popping up throughout this course. They're really all about the idea of flow. And then there's a piece about quality. Quality management has many elements to it. One big idea is really making sure that you catch defects as quickly as you can. And when we talk about quality in the quality module of this course, we'll go back to this idea. As we will see, Toyota workers are empowered to stop the line whenever there's a problem by pulling something that we will refer to as the unknown cord. Finally, the house has a foundation. Depending on which book you read or which expert you ask, the foundations vary a little bit. I like to think about flexibility, standardization of work, and worker involvement. Worker involvement includes the famous idea of Kaizen. I mentioned in passing earlier on in this module, the 8th source of waste. The intellect of the workforce should not be wasted. And so Kaizen is all about involving the workforce in quality improvement circles and continuous improvement efforts. Standardization of work is related to many of the 7 sources of waste. We make sure to standardize the one best way as opposed to having unnecessary motions. And then really this idea of flexibility, the ability that I can change over a machine from one type of car to another. Or I have a worker who is trained to do multiple things. This allows me to use the worker for multiple things, which makes it easier to balance the line. Okay, I know I'm out of time for this video, as I did not manage to balance video durations well. So let me quickly summarize the learning objectives for this module. You see here the definitions related to the Toyota production system. Only really 2 simple formulas, the OEE and the flow time efficiency. So let's take a moment to practice those, one practice problem for each of those 2 formulas. Take a look at this first practice problem here about the cyclist and the wind tunnel. Put me on hold until you've figured out the solution and then press play again. All right, here we go. So we start by writing down the definition of the OEE. The OEE is simply the value add time, and we're going to divide this by the total time over the total time we pay the resource. I suggest we're going to use a 10-day window here for reasons that will become clear in just a moment. So 10 days, in 10 days there are 24 hours in a day and 60 minutes in an hour. So here in the denominator, we have the total number of minutes over those 10 days. Now we have to look at when does work not happen, right? What do we have to take out? From these 10 days, there were only 9 days that we were actually working, right? So 9 days when work gets done. And then from these 120 minutes, from these 2 hours, 20 minutes are not adding value. So the procedures are each 100 minutes long in terms of their value add time. And how many procedures are we doing per day? Well, we only have 5 value add procedures a day because the other 2 are not adding value. They are a form of rework. And then type this into your calculator and you get an OEE of 0.3125. All right, the next problem is about the percent value add time, looking now from the perspective of the flow unit. As usual, put me on hold first. Here we go again. Let's tackle this problem together. So again, this problem is about the percentage value add time. Remember that the ratio is the ratio of the value add time, and we're going to divide that value add time by the flow time, right? How long the unit spends in the process. Let's start with the flow time. That is the time that it takes the country to renew the passport. That is the 2 days, the 4 days, and then down here another 3 days, another 2 days, 10 days for the printing, and finally another 2 days. You add all of this up, and it's going to take 23 days. And how much value add work gets done over those 23 days? Well, we can debate a little bit about the 10 minutes that is happening at the clerk, but it's such a small number it will not matter. Let's give them credit for these 10 minutes. And then there are 2 minutes for the printing, so that's a grand total of 12 minutes of value add time. And you divide it by the flow time, and you get 0.00 something. No matter what it is a very small number. All right, that was a long video and a long module. I hope I did not digress too much into the details of the automotive industry. In the spirit of lean, let me be quick here in my closing comments. Thank you for joining me in this module. I see you soon. We don't have many equations in this course, and so we should greet each equation with great joy. Today I will introduce our first equation, which I will refer to as Little's Law. To illustrate the equation and to build some intuition, I will use a hospital example. A while ago, one of the interventional radiologists here at Penn had asked me to look at their patient flow. But what do you look for when looking for patient flows? Well, imagine you and I would take 2 folding chairs, coffee and donuts, and make ourselves comfortable in front of Penn's Department of Interventional Radiology. We also take a notebook along, and you will take detailed notes while I munch my donuts. Ready? So here we go. At 7:35 a.m., the first patient shows up. That patient goes in, doors shut. That is all we see for now. I ask you to also take a graph tracking the cumulative inflow of patients in blue and the cumulative outflow in red. 10 minutes later, at 7:45 a.m., the next patient shows up. And at 8:10 a.m., the third patient comes. Before the fourth patient shows up at 9:30 a.m., however, the first patient, the guy who came at 7:35, comes out of the department. At 10 a.m., I ask you a test question. How many patients are in the unit right now? Sharp as you are, you will respond 3, because 4 went in and 1 came out. From that point onwards, I stop asking my stupid questions, and you just take your notes. Only patient 5 surprises both of us, as she got in and out of the department in 15 minutes. We later learned that the patient refused to sign the consent form. At the end of our day in the hospital, we have built graphs that look something like this. Again, the blue graph captures a cumulative inflow, and the red graph is a cumulative outflow. These 2 graphs meet at the time the last patient has left the unit. First, observe that we've taken care of 11 patients. In prior modules, we referred to this number as a flow rate, which I'm going to now abbreviate with the letter R. The flow rate measures how many patients we saw in a given period of time, in our case, 1 day. There are a couple of more things this graph teaches us about the patient flow. We can also compute the number of patients that are in the department at any given moment of time. This is simply the difference between the inflow curve and the outflow curve. The number fluctuates between 0 in the morning and 4 around 3 p.m. Remember, we defined the number of flow units in the process as the inventory, which I will now abbreviate with the letter I. Finally, you can also see how long a patient spent in the process. Some patients spent a long time, as with patient number 9 here. Others got in and out much faster. Recall, patient 5 was in and out in 15 minutes. This was our third measure, the flow time, which I will now abbreviate with the letter T. The flow time measures how long it took for the patient to flow through the process from beginning to end. Now, the reason why I'm reviewing these 3 definitions here is not just because they are important. If you look at the figure here, which summarizes all observations for the day, you might see a relationship. On average, the inventory in the process is the flow rate in the process times the flow time. Inventory, in this case, is measured in patients. Flow rate is patients per hour, and flow time is measured in hours. In any process and at any time, the average inventory is equal to the average flow rate times the average flow time, or I equals R times T for short. We will refer to this relationship as Little's law. You see a picture of Mr. John Little here. Dr. Little was born in 1928, but more importantly, his law says on average in any process, inventory is equal to flow rate times flow time. I've been teaching this for many, many years. In one of my classes, a student had a great idea how to remember the equation. He just stared at my slide and shouted out, IRT. I remember that. I can't beat that. More importantly, let's talk about the implications. Little's law reminds us that from the 3 most important performance measures in any process, 2 you can potentially mess around with and adjust. But once you have done this, the third one is really given by nature. Well, there's an easy way to get to 0 inventory. You just stop producing. You said R equals 0 and you get I equals 0. But obviously that's a really bad idea. So if you want to get rid of some working capital, get rid of some inventory, the only way you can do this is to move the flow units faster through the process. You have to remember that flow time and inventory holding flow rate constant move proportional to each other. This is also practically very helpful. Oftentimes when you do a process analysis, say you visit a plant, you might only be able to observe 2 of the 3 performance measures. Using Little's law, you can just compute yourself the third one. Which of the 3 performance measures, I, R, and T, do you think is the hardest one to compute in practice? Well, let's think about that. Does a company know its flow rate? How many tables it has made, how many loans it has underwritten, or how many patients it has seen? Yes. Even fairly incompetent companies measure their flow rate. After all, flow rate times price equal to revenue. Do they know their inventory? Well, this oftentimes is tracked less carefully in the services world. In manufacturing and retailing, where you typically are dealing with physical products as flow units, you need to track your inventory for accounting purposes. In service, that is oftentimes not done as carefully, but still hospitals tend to know how many patients they have. This number is oftentimes called the census. Banks or insurances sometimes track the customers that are waiting for a loan as well. It is the flow time that is oftentimes forgotten or hard to measure. How long did I have to wait in line? How long has this customer waited for her request? To say it with Benjamin Franklin's words, lost time is never found again. Wise words, though I doubt that good old Ben had the idea of flow time in mind. Anyway, the good news is this. You can always find the average flow time as long as you have the average inventory and the average flow rate. In the next videos, we will put Little's law to work. In the last video, I introduced our first equation in this course, which we refer to as Little's law. We learned that on average, in every process, the average inventory is equal to the average flow rate times the average flow time. Today, we will apply Little's law to the world of physical inventories. For that, we will do something that first might appear really weird. We will pick an individual dollar bill as our flow unit. We will then think of a firm as a big black box in which dollar bills flow in on the one side and the dollar bills flows out on the other side. We can then ask ourselves a simple question. How long does the average dollar bill spend inside the company? Well, clearly we cannot ask the dollar bill, hey dollar bill, how long did you spend in the company? But we don't have to. We can use Little's law. More specifically, we think of the number of dollar bills flowing through the organization as a cost of goods sold, or COGS for short. The number of dollar bills inside the organization is the inventory. If you have taken accounting courses, you might ask about LIFO or FIFO. For the purpose of what we are doing, it doesn't matter. Note further that we're using COGS as our flow rate. I see folks in corporate finance sometimes use revenues. Since inventory is valued in COGS dollar, I prefer to use COGS to be consistent. So let's visualize this. We have our individual dollar bill that goes into the organization, the inflow, and then we have all the dollar bills coming out. The dollar bill in the organization are the inventory. And the flow of dollar bills through the organization is really our COGS. And when we want to know how long does the individual dollar bill spend inside the organization, that would be the flow time. COGS and inventory, we can get that from accounting. Again, Little's law is I equals R times T. So we're solving this for T, the flow time, and that tells us how long the dollar bill spends in the organization. Sounds too abstract? Well, let's do a specific example. Let's compare 2 legendary computer makers, Compaq and Dell, of which, of course, only one exists by now. And I will give you a reason why you probably are not watching this video on a Compaq computer. So we're going to use Little's law to find out how long the dollar bill spent in the organization. I equals R times T. And we're going to solve this for T. Let's start with Dell's numbers. So the inventory at Dell in 2000 was about 391 million. Again, I will start with old data from the time when Compaq was still around. And we have $20 billion a year as the flow rate, the COGS. So that is dollars per year times T, right? So T is our unknown. We're going to solve this for T, and so that means 391 divided by 20,000, and that is expressed now in years, right? So the unit is years. If you want to convert the years into days, we have to multiply with 365 days in the year, and that is about 7 days. So Dell keeps their inventory for 7 days before spitting it out again. We refer to this number as days of supply. So Dell has about 7 days worth of supply. Now, is this a lot or not? Well, let's compare this with Compaq. In the same year, Compaq had an inventory of roughly $2 billion, $2.003 billion to be exact, and Cox at about $25 billion. Multiply this with the flow time T. Again, we're going to solve for T. In this case, it's 2003 divided by 25 to 63. And then again, it's multiplied by 365 days a year. So we see that the average dollar spends 29 days within Compaq. That's a very sharp contrast to Dell's number. Again, we refer to this number as the days of supply. We can read this directly as inventory divided by Cox times 365. Now, instead of saying we're going to keep the inventory for 7 days, I can say I'm going to turn the inventory every 7 days. That means at Dell I have about 52 inventory turns per year. So the inventory turns is Cox divided by inventory. And that tells us how many times I'm turning the inventory. So it's 1 over the flow time T. Now this was old data. I picked the date and the year so that Compaq and Dell were both still around. To take Dell's numbers into perspective, I showed you the data here from 1990 to the very recent past. On this slide here, you see that in the early years, this was really the rise of the Dell model. This was a revolution in the computer industry. Michael Dell's idea was that you can make your computer to order. So rather than having the computer wait in inventory for the customers waited for the computer. That went super well. That peaked at around 80 inventory turns per year in the early 2000s. The burst of the tech bubble then happened around 2001. Dell did a good job at recovering the inventory turns, but you notice the decline starts before the financial crisis, and that has never stopped. So this is really down here now. Note what you see is not the financial crisis, it's really the end of the Dell model, and that has a lot to do with the fact that nowadays, as customers, we don't want to wait for our computers anymore. And we don't ask for customized computers. The variety has gone down in the industry, and now companies like Apple, it is again computers waiting for customers. It's an irony of history, if you will. Okay, time for a little game. I call this game the Inventory Turns Quiz. I will show you here 4 retailers: the jewelry maker Tiffany, the supermarket Kroger, the apparel store Kohl's, and Walmart, the worldwide leading retailer. Then I give you 4 levels of inventory turns, and your job is to match retailer and inventory turns. Who is who? Put me on pause and give this some thought. All right, here we go again. So here are the solutions to the quiz. Tiffany is the lowest turns. They turn the inventory very slowly. The reason for that is they have a huge assortment. They provide you lots of choice. And that means that each of these products, each of these wedding bands or necklaces, is going to wait a long time for the customer. Kroger is the other extreme. Supermarkets turn their inventory very quickly. A lot of these items are perishable. Fresh food inventories have to turn almost daily. Kohl, well, again, fashion wants to turn quickly, but not as quickly as milk. Walmart, also somewhere in the middle, has a large grocery component to it, very well managed, and they have pretty decent turns. Next, let's think about why do we care about these inventory turns? Well, inventory turns have something to do with inventory costs. Let me do a thought experiment. Imagine you have a $1,000 computer, and you keep that computer for an entire year. How much will that cost you? Well, over a year, that computer gets somewhat obsolete. You have to store that computer, and you have to finance that computer with your weighted average cost of capital, or WACC for short. Note that this is not a real out-of-pocket expense. Most of that is a write-off and an opportunity cost, but it's an important number. A $1,000 computer, I would easily say, loses $300 of value in a year. You might have to pay $100 to store it safely and securely, and you might have to pay about 10% of the value of the computer in terms of opportunity cost. So those numbers add up to something pretty big. But of course, you're not holding the computer for an entire year. As we saw in the case of Dell, you're turning it multiple times. And so let's say for sake of argument, if that inventory cost per year number is 30%, and you're turning it 6 times per year, that means for every unit, for every computer that you're selling, you're incurring a cost of 5 percentage points. That means for a $60 item in terms of COGS, one item that you source for $60, you would incur $3 per unit cost of inventory. A final comment on inventory cost. This graph shows the relationship between profit margins and inventory turns. Now, if you look at this graph, you might wonder why I talk so much about inventory turns being good, because there seems to be a negative correlation between margins and inventory turns. You see Tiffany up there was slow turns, and they make big margins. And you see Best Buy and Walmart down here, and they have fast turns and low margins. But that's not the point. As I said, Tiffany holds a very broad product assortment. They have a ring or wedding band for every kind of customer who comes in that store. That means you have to hold the inventory a long time. That's low turns. But when somebody then wants that ring, oh my God, will they pay? Best Buy and Walmart are much more in the fast-turning business, offering customers less choice. Look at the competition here between the middle, Macy's and the Gap. They're both somewhat in the same product category. Look at the situation here. Macy's turns its inventory 3 times in a year. Gap turns inventory 4 times in a year. Let's take a pair of jeans or some other apparel and assume that there is 36% cost of inventory for holding the item for an entire year. Again, that is the cost of storage, the cost of capital, and the cost of fashion becoming obsolete. So that means 36% with 3 turns for Macy, that would be 12% unit cost. Versus at the Gap, we turn 4 times, that is a 9% unit cost. So that little difference in terms of inventory turns is worth 3 percentage points in terms of profit margins, right? Thus, the Gap with the faster turns can achieve a significant financial advantage, even though the profit margins on the book might actually slightly look lower. Today we talked about inventory turns. This is a key concept in much of inventory planning, purchasing, and supply chain management. It really captures the costs of inventory. These costs are a combination of capital holding costs, that's an opportunity cost of capital, cost of storage, shrinkage, and theft, as well as the cost of markdowns because of value depreciation. What I like about Little's Law is that it reminds us that the only way we can efficiently support a big flow of product in the form of big sales is by turning the inventory quickly. Some supply chain managers talk about turn and earn. I like that. Turn and earn. The more you turn your inventory, the more efficient of a supply chain you run. For now, turn off the video. You earned a break. See you in the next video. In the last video, we talked about inventory turns. We used Little's Law with the flow unit being a dollar bill that would flow through our organization. Today, we will pick a different flow unit. We will think of the flow of employees through the organization, starting when they first get hired to the point that they will leave the job. Just like with inventory, we can ask ourselves, how long does the typical employee stay in our organization? This will get us to the tenure of the employee, and it will also help us determine how many new employees we have to hire each year. So let's take a look. Here on the left of the slide, I repeat the calculations we did in the last video. So the flow units are dollar bills, and the inventory is the number of dollar bills in the organization. Again, Little's Law connects all 3. We can do the same thing for employees flowing through the organization, where new hires are the inflows, departures are the outflows, and you can see here how long the organization holds an employee. What is the average tenure of the employee when he or she leaves the company? So the logic is really exactly the same. So we can define the employee turnover as lost employees per year, the departures, divided by the average number of employees. That is employee turnover. And then we can think about the average tenure of an employee on the day of their departure. So that's really their flow time. Observe that on the day of departure, i.e. when they leave, that is 1 over the employee turnover. Again, notice the distinction here. The average tenure of an employee is just half the average tenure of the day of their departure, right? At any time, some people are new to the organization. They might be on the first day of the job, and some people will be on the last day of the job. Holding everything else equal, the average employee is exactly in the middle. Let's look at a specific example. The average employee has a tenure at Costco of 9 years. Again, that is the average tenure. And I'm asking you, what is the average tenure when they leave Costco? Their tenure on the departure, right? And remember, we said this is basically double the average employee tenure. And so 2 times 9 years is the tenure when they leave the organization. This is going to be equal to 18 years. That's a long time that they stay at Costco, a really long time. So when we look at the employee turnover, then that is just 1 over 18. So when we then want to look at how many employees does Costco have to hire, and for the sake of argument, assume that the workforce stays constant here, so that's Little's law, I equals R times T. And so what do we know? Well, we want to have 160,000 employees in the organization. So that's our inventory. So I equals R times the flow time, right? And we set the flow time, that time is the tenure when they leave the firm after 18 years, right? And so we're solving for R this time. And so R is equals to 160,000 people divided by 18 years, which gives us a little less than 9,000 people that we have to hire each year. Employee turnover is an important concept. Some of the big consulting firms have an average tenure on the day of departure of a consultant of around 4 years. That means their average tenure on the job is about 2 years. It also means that for every 100 consultants on their payroll, they have to hire 25 new consultants every year. Not to grow, but just to stay put. As I mentioned before, Little's law always holds. It includes a case in which a firm is rapidly growing and thus adding employees. In this case, however, you might have to be more careful in determining the average number of employees, as this number is likely to vary over time. Similarly, not many employees might already have left the company, and so the average tenure on the day of departure is something that you have to measure very carefully. Either way, the basic logic of Little's law still applies, even now over 50 years after it was first proven. You can use it to compute flow time given inventory and flow rate. You can compute inventory turns and inventory costs, or you can look at the turnover of employees. In the next video, we will practice these calculations. See you then. In this module, we talked about Little's law. We used it to compute flow time given inventory and flow rate. We computed inventory turns and inventory costs, and we looked at the turnover of employees. In this last video of this module, I want to review the learning objectives, the key definitions, and the key equations. I will then give you some opportunities to practice this new knowledge on a set of very specific practice problems. Let's start with our module review. So here are the learning objectives I hope I brought across in this module. You should now be comfortable using Little's law to compute one of the 3 performance measures, I, R, and T, given the other 2. You should be able to do the inventory turns calculation and the employee turnover calculations. We have a bunch of new definitions. More importantly, we also have a bunch of formulas, including Little's law itself. All right, first practice problem. So this is a Little's law question where we have 25 callers coming in per minute. And on average, the callers spend 1 minute on hold and 3.5 minutes talking to a service representative. Ask yourself how many callers are in the call center either on hold or talking to an agent. Put me on pause, wrestle with this by yourself, and then we'll do the problem together. All right, here we go. So there are 25 callers arriving per minute on average. And so that is our flow rate R. And the average caller spends 1 minute on hold and 3.5 minutes talking to the agent. That's our flow time T. So I equals R times T, that's Little's law. And so we now have R, which is 25 calls per minute. And we have the flow time of 4.5 minutes. If we multiply those two, then the minutes cancel out, and that leaves us with an inventory of 112.5 callers on average. Next up, we have an inventory turns problem. You see the following financial information here, and I want you to find out the inventory turns for this company. Again, put me on pause now. All right, here's my shot at doing this. Drop the revenues, focus on the COGS, the cost of goods sold, right? The revenues are in the question here to just confuse you. I'm sorry. The inventory turns is COGS divided by the inventory. So that is $1,501 per year divided by the inventory, which is expressed in dollars. The inventory we set is 590. And so this is now getting us 2.54 turns per year. And the units are 1 over years because it's turns, not years, it's turns. All right, now to get to the inventory cost, we take the annual cost of inventory, the 15.25%, and that's per year. The cost you would incur if you held the inventory for an entire year. But you're not holding it for an entire year. You're turning it 2.54 times. And so divide this by 2.54. And now you're applying this to the $85 of the item. So you multiply this by $85, and this gives you roughly $5.1 per unit as a per unit inventory cost. All right, for the third and final practice problem of this module, we have a company with 1,500 employees on average, and it recruits 500 employees per year. And I want you to find the employee turnover and the average tenure of the employee. Pause me now. So what do? There are 1,500 employees on average, and on average 500 employees leave the company per year. So the employee turnover is 500 employees per year divided by 1,500 employees. So that is giving us 1 over 3, and the units for that are 1 over years. Again, it's a turn, 1 over years. That gives us already a hint on the tenure on when they leave. That is a tenure on departure. On average, before leaving, they're going to stay for 3 years. But that wasn't the question. I asked for the average tenure. For the average tenure, we have to take these 3 years and divide it by 2. Some will be just starting, and some will just be finishing their time at the company. On average, this is going to be 1.5 years. All right, that's all I have to say for now. If you feel you're done, just get off the video. If you want to hear another Little's Law story, hang on for another minute or two. A couple of years ago, I was at the Philadelphia airport. Those were the days before we had TSA pre-check-in, and so all passengers had to go through the same line. And believe me, it was a long line. So when one day I arrived at Gate B for my flight to San Francisco, I was greeted by a TSA officer who stood at the end of that long line. The officer was friendly and professional and handed me a form. This was a form. As you can see, the form reads, "Hello, I'm a representative of the Transportation Security Administration. TSA is a government agency responsible for making your travel secure. Please take this time-stamped card and help us determine how long it takes you to get through the line." There was a little timestamp on the back of the card. You, that would have been me, you have been selected because you're the last person in line. Thank you. And then it goes on to say, please give this card again to the line monitor at the beginning of the line. And that's where we're going to timestamp it again, and that allows us to compute how long you waited in line. You get it? They were measuring how long it takes me to go through security. In other words, they measured my flow time. What do you think? Is this how you would have measured flow time? Well, I didn't like it. I had put on my professorial voice that I'm sure you now have grown sick and tired of, and I explained to this officer, look, officer, why don't you simply count the number of passengers that are standing in line? That gives you your inventory. You know the flow rate, which is simply the number of passengers who are boarding the airplane today, and then you use Little's Law to find the flow time. Brilliant, isn't it? Well, at least that is what I thought. The officer, I'm sure, had his own opinion on that matter. See you in the next module. In some of the previous modules, we talked about variation and flow. We saw that this variation was a result of variation in demand and variation within our process. In this module, we continue our focus on variation. However, we shift from the process flow perspective to looking at the actual work and the quality with which it is performed. To motivate some of the challenges associated with consistently obtaining a high-quality outcome, let us look at the story of my bike crash that I told you at the beginning of this course. I want to use this example to illustrate the role of variability in the occurrence of events such as an accident, a defect, or a medical error. My bike crash happened on a Saturday morning. The brake cable turned loose and got stuck between the spinning wheel and the fork, which sliced the fork into two pieces and sent me headfirst over the handlebars. How could such an accident happen? And what was the role of variability? Well, like most always in life, lots of variables come together. In the case of my bike crash, I was somewhat late for my team ride, and so I didn't check my bike as carefully as I usually do. Also, I didn't have the bike with a mechanic for a while, as it was early in the season and the mechanic had a huge backlog. So, it wouldn't have taken much and this whole crash would never have happened. But it would have taken much either and the whole crash would have been a lot worse. I got lucky on multiple fronts. That morning, I had an ambulance picking me up in minutes, my helmet took most of the crash, and the Penn Trauma Center had a relatively light morning. Again, lots of things come together and they co-determine the outcome. Take a look at this figure here. Customers and resources influence a number of input variables. These are variables describing how the process is operated, as well as the variables capturing human or machine behavior. In the case of my bike ride, the input variables are things that I controlled. Did I leave on time? Did I check my bike? Did I bring the bike to the mechanic as needed? And most importantly, did I wear a helmet? In addition to these input variables, there exists a number of environmental variables that also impact the quality. In contrast to input variables, environmental variables are not directly under the control of the operation. In the case of my bike ride, the fact that there was an idle ambulance nearby was an environmental variable. So was the quality of the road pavement and the weather. Input and environmental variables come together and they co-determine the outcome variable of the process. In the case of my crash, the outcome was that I was discharged from the trauma center the same day with little permanent damage other than having now a bunch of fake teeth. Other outcome measures might be customer satisfaction, net promoter score, or a defect on an assembly line. Again, note that many input and environmental variables together, they co-determine the outcome. Since we have variability in input and environmental variables, we will have variability in the outcome variables. Typically, when bad things happen, a number of things have to be lined up against us. This effect is often called the Swiss cheese model. I kid you not. The Swiss cheese model is really a technical term in the quality management literature. The idea here is that a process is like a stack of slices of Swiss cheese. Though it is very unlikely that you put 10 random slices of Swiss cheese on top of each other and still be able to see through the stack, it's possible. Just like Swiss cheese has random holes, processes have random variations. And when there's a bad outcome happening, multiple sources of randomness are typically stacked up against you. This bad alignment of sources of variation is just like being able to see through the entire stack of Swiss cheese. So really bad outcomes don't happen because of one deviation in the process. They tend to be the result of many small problems. Disasters strike when all the holes in the Swiss cheese line up. All right, enough of the Swiss cheese stuff. Let's talk a little bit more about quality. So now, when you're diagnosing a bad outcome, let's call this a defect, we need to find the input or the environmental variables that cause the defect. Those variables will be called the root cause of the defect. Now, even in a well-managed operation, input variables and environmental variables will always suffer from some randomness, and that will yield variation in the quality of the outcome. Note that quality problems are thus always variability problems. Since we never can eliminate all variability in the process, we want to build processes in which variability in input and environmental variables do not automatically translate into a bad outcome. Such processes are called robust processes. A process is robust if it still leads to a good outcome, even when there's variability in inputs and environmental variables. In the remainder of the module, I want to talk about how to use this framework to improve quality. Understanding the source of variation in the process is really the first step. So in the next session, I'm going to talk about how to quantify variation in a process. In particular, I will introduce the concepts of Six Sigma and process capability. We then move on to discuss how you monitor the current process behavior over time. We'll determine if the variation that you measure in the process at a particular moment in time is just random noise, or whether it should be seen as something abnormal. We want to find defects as quickly and as early as possible so that we can intervene. In that context, we'll talk about control charts, the detect, stop, alert method, and the need for quick feedback. Once we know that something bad has happened in our process, we have to take action, right? And for this, we have to find the root cause. To find the root cause, we'll discuss the 5 Why framework, fishbone diagrams, and Pareto charts. And then finally, once you have found your root causes, you have to eliminate them. You have to prevent the root causes from leading to bad outcomes again in the future. For that, I'll show you a couple of frameworks, including the why-how ladder and foolproofing a process, i.e. making it more robust. Well, that's a roadmap for this quality module. I have to confess that this narrative is not always the exact way that quality problems are tackled in practice. But I wanted to give you a big picture framework on how the set of tools that we will discuss in this module fit together. I find all of these tools helpful, otherwise I would not have included them in this course. Which ones you will use the most in your work will certainly depend on what type of work you're doing. In my view, the qualitative non-mathematical tools in many operations courses don't really get the attention that they deserve. Frameworks like the detect, stop, alert method, root cause problem solving, and the why-how ladder, none of them might end up on the final exam. But in my experience, all of them have been super useful tools to have in your operations management toolbox. I see you in the next video. I don't like to talk about politics in my class, but today I will make an exception. European Union Commission Regulation number 1677-88 states that cucumbers are allowed a bend of 10 millimeters per 10 centimeters of length. Cucumbers that bend more than this do not qualify as class 1 or extra class cucumbers. Class 2 cucumbers are allowed to bend twice as much. If you were a cynic, you might say that resolutions like this were the reason why our British friends left the EU. But allow me to backpedal just a little bit. First, to my knowledge, the EU has since changed this resolution. Second, and maybe more importantly, the resolution speaks to a fundamental problem in quality management. If you want to sort flow units into good units and defective units, you have to define what is good and what is bad. The decision is based on what we call a specification. The Commission acknowledges that cucumbers come in different shapes and sizes, reflecting the variation inherent in any process, certainly one involving Mother Nature. Now, according to the EU bureaucrats, they exist in ideal cucumber shape in the form of a straight line. And in their view, the more a cucumber bends, the less desirable it is. But how much bend is tolerable? Where is the cutoff? As you wrestle with these types of quality management questions, you realize that as absurd this rule might be, it's actually pretty smart. You have a specification and you measure the output against the specification. Now, after measuring the curvature of cucumbers for a couple of years, I needed a somewhat sweeter research topic, so I got interested in the production process for M&Ms. On the labels of M&M bags, it says that there are 47.9 grams of chocolate in there. Now, I have a couple of questions for you. Ask yourself, how much do you think a bag of M&M actually weighs? Moreover, what is the standard deviation of that weight? If I would take 1,000 bags, how many of them would be below 47 grams and above 53 grams? And then the last question I have for you, can you think of a product from M&M that has a relatively high degree of variation in weight? Now, arguably, these are critical questions that deserve careful academic analysis. Put me on pause and think about the questions. All right, let's look at the last question first. Which M&M product has the most variation? Did you get that one right? It's the M&Ms with peanuts. Why is that? Well, peanuts are grown, maybe not organically, but they are biologically produced. So there's more environmental variation in the production process compared to regular M&Ms. To find the answers to the other three questions, here's what I did. I went to the store, bought all the M&Ms I could get a hold of. Then I got my hands on a high-precision scale, and here's what I found. So I created myself a sample of 125 bags. In the sample, I found an average weight of 50.0 grams. The standard deviation of the sample was 1.03. I would say from all the things that you can eat or drink, it is a very low standard deviation. Making M&Ms, especially those without peanuts, is highly industrialized, and it's probably one of the lowest amount of variation that you can see. Now you see a histogram over here, and you see the raw data from the sample in an Excel spreadsheet. Ask yourself, would you bet your life on the fact that no bag of M&Ms is below 47 or above 53 grams? I looked at the data in my sample, and I don't see a single instance of such outliers in the process. But how likely are such outliers? Are they absolutely impossible? As you can see, the outcomes, the weights of the bags of M&Ms, they really follow some sort of a normal distribution. If we agree that everything below 47 grams is a defect, because it doesn't have enough chocolate in it and the customer might get upset, and everything above 53 is a defect because customers might sue us because they get obese, well, if we agree to those specifications, then we can draw a picture like this. You see the normal distribution, and then at the tails are the defects. Now, of course, if there's something we could do to reduce the standard deviation, to have less variation in the outcomes, that would be good in the sense that we would have lower probabilities at the tails. So you see here in this picture that in the upper distribution, I can go 3 standard deviations from the mean before I'm going to hit the specification limit, i.e. before my bag becomes a defect. And now in the lower distribution, I can go 6 standard deviations before things go wrong. To capture that idea, we'll introduce a new concept. And that is the concept of process capability. We define the CP score, where C stands for capability of the process, as a ratio between the difference of the upper specification limit, the USL, minus the lower specification limit, the LSL. And we're going to divide that by 6 times the standard deviation in the process. So in our M&M example, that gets me 53 minus 47 divided by 6 times 1.03. So that is a number that is just about 1. That capability tells you how likely you're going to incur a defect. If you have many standard deviations between the mean and the specification limit, defects are unlikely. In the case of a 6 sigma process, CP is going to be equal to 2. In that case, defects are highly, highly, highly unlikely. We're talking about 2 in a billion units. If you have a 3 sigma process, you're going to have 3 standard deviations from the mean to the defect level, and so defects are probable, but very unlikely. And if you only have a CP score of 0.333, you're going to have defects 31% of the time. So the CP score is a really good way to capture the amount of variation in the process relative to the width of the specification interval. Now, beyond analyzing chocolate, the capability analysis comes in handy when dealing with manufacturing tolerances. This is a context for which most of this quality machinery has been developed. For example, my friend and colleague Karl Ulrich has a kick scooter company. You see his product, the Zooter, in many urban centers around the world. Here's a picture. A quality challenge for Karl has been the steer support column. If the unit is too small, below 79.9 millimeter, the scooter starts to rattle, especially if you go over a bumpy road. If the unit is bigger than 80 millimeters, it becomes hard to manufacture it. You really have to squeeze it in. So what we did is we collected some data from his production process, and we calculated the capability score. Again, it's a USL minus the LSL. In this case, it would be 80 millimeters minus 79.9 millimeters. And we divide this by 6 times the empirical standard deviation that we found in his plant. To my great surprise, statistics worked. Those measurements were normally distributed, and it turned out that the CP score for his factory, the capability of his process, was almost exactly the same as the one for M&Ms. Crazy world. All right, time for a practice problem. So you see this very creative question about the chicken-egg production process here with 3 sub-questions. As usual, put me on hold and see how far you can get on your own. All right, here we go again. So the weight of the chicken eggs follows something that looks like a normal distribution. And the weight is on average 47 grams. And there's a standard deviation which we said is 3 grams. And then there are the specification limits. A lower specification limit, LSL, which is 44. And an upper specification limit, USL, which is 50. And then the CP score, as we defined it, is really the USL minus the LSL divided by 6 times the standard deviation. So in our problem here, that is simply 50 minus 44 divided by 6 times 3. So that is 1/3, or 6 divided by 18. So 0.33 is the CP score. And with that, we can look into the table that we have on the previous slide. The CP score of 1/3 means that you have a defect probability so that you're outside the specification limits of 0.317. But the question I asked was for inside the specification limit. Within the specification limit, that is just 1 minus that stupid probability, right? So that is 1 minus 0.317, and that gets us just around 68–69%. Next, this farmer, or the chicken of this farmer, want to become more consistent, right? So to find the required standard deviation, we have to equate that CP score to 2/3. Well, this is now an equation with one unknown. The unknown is really the required standard deviation. And so that is the 6 divided by the 6 times sigma that we had before. And that ratio has to be equal to 2/3. So we're going to solve now for sigma. This is a linear equation in sigma. So it's really not that hard to solve, and we get a sigma of 1.5 grams. Quality problems result from variability. If you always get it wrong, you would not be in business for long. If you always get it right, we wouldn't need a module on quality. This is a little like my serve in tennis. My first serve is too short and goes into the net, and the second serve is too long and it's called out. But on average, my serve is just fine. So once again, we're stuck talking about variability. In the next video, I want to introduce some definitions of variability that help us monitor a process over time so that we rapidly detect when there exists some change in outcome. I see you then. When I was a student in business and computer science at the University of Mannheim, all my grades for my diploma, almost 5 years of studies, were determined within a couple of weeks. I would take my courses in computer network design, econometrics, or production planning, but I would basically get no feedback until I had completed all courses and it would enroll in the final examination process. The fact that these were 4 5-hour-long exams, then followed by oral examinations that were held in public, didn't make this any more fun. Contrast this with the approach of frequent testing and examination that we now have in most business schools and colleges. It doesn't matter if you want to improve your tennis serve or your operations management skills. Learning and improvement is based on feedback. And the sooner you can get that feedback, the faster will you learn. In today's video, I want to talk about quick feedback. Sakichi Toyoda, the founder of the Toyota company, had invented the power loom at the end of the 19th century. It was the first automated loom. Now that the loom was automated, it did not need an operator. But then what do you do when things go wrong? Now in his brilliance, Mr. Toyota had the idea that the loom itself should detect if it was running out of thread or something else was broken. And in that case, it should stop and alert an operator to come. Detect, stop, alert. Whenever there's a problem in a process, it is critical that we quickly recognize that there's a problem. We then need to stop what we're doing, and we need to alert management or our co-workers to fix the problem and to think about preventing that problem in the future. Why is that a good idea? An analogy from coaching might, again, be helpful. If you're coaching somebody how to play tennis, how to swim, or how to sing, providing feedback is critical. And feedback is the most useful, really, when it is given quickly. So really, in the remainder of the video, we'll talk about detecting when something abnormal happens. After all, defects, hopefully, are something abnormal in the operation. And we want to do that detection as quickly as possible. Now, I'm by no means a scholar of the Japanese language, but the term jidoka, as a simple Wikipedia search reveals, stands for automation and some degree of self-consciousness or self-awareness. And so the loom in the Toyota plant is realizing by itself that it is broken. Hence this idea of jidoka, detect, stop, alert. Now, when Toyota moved into the assembly line world for the automotive production, they basically embodied the principle of jidoka into something that is known as the unknown cord. The unknown cord is literally a cord that runs adjacent to the assembly line. The workers on the line are empowered to pull the cord when they detect a problem. When that happens, the line is stopped. And through the unknown board, which is a board that you see here on the picture, the supervisor is alerted of the problem. Detect, stop, alert. This alert then triggers some form of problem-solving intervention. So the unknown cord supports a quick feedback to the operators and to the foreman. A huge hindrance or a huge delay when it comes to feedback has to do with inventory. Imagine you have a process flow and you have two consecutive resources with the buffer in between. Say for sake of argument, the processing times at each of the resources are 1 minute per unit. Now imagine we are making these circuits here, one by one, but at some point the first resource makes a mistake. Instead of producing a circle, say, it produces a square. Ask yourself, how long will it take the second resource to find out about the mistake? Well, if there's a lot of inventory, for example, if there's 6 or 7 units of inventory in between the stations, and the flow is at 1 minute per flow unit, in that case it will take 6 or 7 minutes until the second resource realizes that there's a mistake. But what happens in the meantime? Well, chances are that the first resource, since it didn't get any feedback, keeps on making the same stupid mistake. Now, in contrast, imagine we would reduce the inventory level and we would only have 1 or 2 units in the buffer between the two resources. Again, what happens when the first resource makes a mistake? Now the feedback comes in much quicker. We thereby learn faster and avoid that we make further mistakes. So you notice that really inventory is delaying the feedback. Inventory is covering up defect. This is why it's oftentimes referred to as one of the most evil sources of waste. An often used visualization of this effect, that inventory is covering up defects and problems, is in the form of this picture, a boat on the river. Imagine you're operating a canal or a lake, and in that lake you have a bunch of rocks. Now you're using these boats here with an expensive cargo, and so we really want to avoid that the boat hits a rock. So what do? Well, on the one hand, it's very tempting to increase the water level. That makes it just less likely that the boat ever hits the rock. But what's wrong with that? Well, now that the water is so high, you'll actually don't see the rocks, and you'll always have them underneath the surface. The opposing argument is that rather than increasing the water level, you should actually decrease it. Yes, you will face a short-term problem in the sense that you might bump into a rock, but it's the only way that makes you sure that the rock ultimately is removed. And once you've removed the rock, what do? Instead of comfortably sailing, you're then going to reduce the water level again. You get ready for removing the next rock. The same can be said about buffer and inventory. Rather than buffering every problems, setups, transports, poor line balancings, or defects away, the idea of the Toyota production system is to reduce your inventory so that those problems get exposed. Only once the problems are exposed will you see the problem and have the pressure to solve them. And then you don't rest on your laurels, but you reduce the inventory further. Now, we talked about Kanban cards in the lean module. Kanban cards come in as a way for management to purposefully reduce the inventory level in the process. Remember from the lean module that you can never have more inventory than you authorize through the Kanban cards. So exposing problems instead of hiding them is a key to jidoka. Another way to provide feedback to those operating the process is the use of statistics. This is the idea of statistical process control or control charts. What you're doing is you're tracking an outcome variable, such as the weight of M&M, such as the curvature of a cucumber, or the height of a steer support column, and you're tracking that number over time. You're mapping that out in a graph that includes two limits, known as the control limits, that are basically the 95th percentile confidence intervals of past data. So when the current observed unit falls out of that interval, you know something abnormal, most likely something wrong, has happened. Now please don't confuse these control limits, which are based on the 95th percent interval of past data that you observed in the process. Please don't confuse those with specification limits that I introduced in the video of Six Sigma. Specification limits come from the customer. Control limits come from past process performance. Again, such data provide you feedback to what extent the process is currently deviating from past performance. Now, from the automated looms of Sakichi Toyoda to monitoring a process continuously using statistics, the principle of Jidoka is, in my view, an evergreen. When something abnormal happens, I want to somehow detect it as quickly as possible, and I, as a manager of the process, want to be alerted sooner rather than later. Detect, stop, alert. One more thought about the stopping part of Jidoka. Why do you think it is important to stop the line? One reason, clearly, is that it makes little sense to keep on running a machine that is broken. This is just like trying to run a job through a jammed printer. But there's another beauty in the stop part of Jidoka. By stopping normal operation, in the case of a plant, by stopping the production line, we send a very clear signal that something is wrong. We focus attention on fixing the problem. That is in sharp contrast to what I oftentimes see in healthcare. My former colleague Anita Tucker, now at Boston University, has done a number of studies on what nurses do when they encounter a problem. What do? They work around the problem. They improvise. They find a solution so that they can go on with their work and help the patient. Now notice that such behavior is first and foremost something that we should applaud. And maybe this is a good moment for us to say thank you to all the nurses and caregivers for the great work and service they provide to society. But even if the nurse files a report about the problem afterwards, more often than not, nothing happens. The organization never develops a sense of urgency. After all, management knows that whenever the next problem pops up, the nurse will once again improvise and find a solution. So stopping the process is a big deal. It puts long-term quality over short-term revenue goals. With that being said, it is time for me to stop, and I see you in the next video. Once you have detected that your process has a problem, once you have stopped it and you have alerted the operator, you need to find the root cause of the problem. Again, an example from healthcare might help. Say you get alerted to the following problem. A doctor has ordered a lab, but that lab report is not in the medical record of the patient. I want you to spend 2 minutes thinking about why a doctor who has requested a particular lab test to be done might not see the results of the lab test in the patient's medical record. Pause the video, take 2 minutes by yourself, starting now. So what possible reasons did you come up with? Well, let me ask you a slightly different question. How did you go about the task? Here's what I did. I thought about the process from the doctor requesting the lab to the doctor seeing the labs in the chart. In my imagination, that process looks something like that. The doctor puts in the lab order, the patient has to go to the lab has to do the test and upload the test results, and then the office has to update the chart with the lab results. So clearly, lots of things can go wrong along the way. I try to visualize this on this chart. All of these are reasons why the doctor cannot find the lab results in the chart. Some of these reasons are specific to the office, some to the doctor, some to the lab, and some to the patient. Lots of things that could go wrong. Let's visualize this. This graph is known as a fishbone diagram. The reason for that, I hope, is pretty self-explanatory when you look at the picture. For less obvious reason, it's also known as an Ishikawa diagram. Kaoru Ishikawa was a Japanese quality guru, and I guess that's what happens when you get famous. They start naming a graph after you. Once you have this fishbone or Ishikawa diagram on the table, you get a team of people together, and the team can now brainstorm of why the lab reports are often missing from the charts. Really, the fishbone diagram gives this brainstorming some structure. It's better than just a long laundry list. Some experts propose to use the following labels as the main bones of your fish: machines, methods, materials, manpower, and measurement. That gives you 5 M's. Now, personally, I couldn't care less on how you label the bones of your fish. Just label them in whatever way that works for you, but you get the sense here. There are multiple potential root causes. Now, rather than talking about the 5 M's, I want to talk with you about the 5 Whys. Sorry, I know that today I'm not sounding academically all that rigorous, but this is pretty helpful stuff. The 5 Whys are really a famous quality tool that once again go back to Taiichi Ohno. Rather than just accepting the defect that you just got alerted to, you should ask, why did this defect happen? For example, we can ask, why did the lab not receive the request? Well, maybe because it was still faxed to them and now 90% of the requests come in electronically. Next we ask, well, why are they still faxing the request? Well, maybe that is because that one practice doesn't have the resources to migrate everything to electronic data transfer. But why? So again, you grow the chart and step by step, you identify additional potential root causes. Now, it is important to note that the fishbone diagram is entirely a mental picture of what could have caused the problem. It is really not based on data. So here's where our second tool for today comes in, and that is the Pareto chart. The fishbone diagram lists the potential root causes of the problem. The Pareto chart lists each of these potential causes and then counts the frequency of their occurrence. How many times did that root cause contribute to the failure in the outcome variable? In other words, here's what you do. So you look at the last 100 or so charts with missing labs, and you investigate why the labs were missing. You simply count the frequencies of the root causes, and then the Pareto chart sorts the root causes, starting with the most relevant, the most common root cause. And then what you do next is you can capture a line that counts the cumulative percentages across all those root causes. And the common empirical pattern then is that the vast majority of the problems can be explained by a very small set of root causes. This pattern is oftentimes known as the Pareto principle or the 80-20 rule. That means that really 20% of the root causes explain 80% of the failures. Now, that insight is going to be super helpful when you're eventually going to improve the process. In that sense, it somewhat resembles the value driver and the KPI trees. What I like about the Pareto analysis is that it turns problem solving into an empirical exercise. I'm sure we all have spent countless hours sitting in meeting rooms and talked about problems and how to fix them. The fishbone diagram gives such a discussion a helpful structure, but it's really the Pareto chart that forces us to collect data. I also like the philosophy of the 5 Why framework. More often than not, the root cause is not at the level of the operator or even at the level of the process. You notice that our idea of the root cause of the problem is shifting as we continue to ask why. Initially, we want to blame the nurse. Now we are blaming the hospital management for not updating the IT system. Now, as much as I like this framework, in the next video, I want to talk about some of its limitations. In the last video, we talked about the 5 Why framework. We kept on asking why until we got deeper into the problem. And once we found the root cause, we wanted to eliminate it so that future problems don't occur. You also notice that by asking why, we shifted from looking at the problem as a bad outcome to looking at the problem as a poor process, to ultimately looking at the bigger structure. Outcomes are determined by processes, and processes are designed in the bigger structure. This nesting of structure, process, and outcome is pretty common across industries. In healthcare, it is known as the Donabedian model of quality. It is named after Avedis Donabedian, a physician and formerly a professor at the University of Michigan. Moving from outcome to process and from process to structure is something I do like about the 5 Why framework. In today's video, I want to talk about some limitations of the tool, however. I also want to introduce you to a related tool that I found very effective for this type of work. So here we go. Consider the case of the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic and the various measures that a community like our university or a business can take to limit the number of infections. As we know from epidemiology, the spread of the virus can be slowed or even entirely stopped by adhering to standards of hygiene and social distancing. In the world of operations management, we would refer to new infections as bad outcomes and thus defects. Every day, there are thousands of interactions between members of the community, and some of them, knowingly or not, are infected. We have countless opportunities for infection and thus defects. Now, the vast majority of these interactions cause no infection, but heck, some of them do. We thus have, again, a variation in outcome. If that variation consisted only of randomness, we would refer to this as a common cause variation. If, however, as it has been documented in numerous studies, some transmissions occur because of poor adherence to good hygiene standards and social distancing, we speak of a signable cause variation. Next, let's look at the usefulness of the 5 why framework. Let's think about a student here at Wharton who got infected early on in the pandemic, say spring of 2020. Why did the student get infected? Well, because he or she interacted with other students not wearing a face mask. Well, why did the student not wear a face mask? Well, because at least in April of 2020 it was hard to get good face masks here in Philadelphia. Well, why was it hard to get a face mask in Philadelphia in April 2020? Well, because the US faced a massive shortage of personal protective equipment. Why did the US face a massive shortage of personal protective equipment? You see where I'm going with this. We started out with a very concrete problem of infection control here on campus, and before we notice we're now facing a problem that is deeply involved in the world of politics. If you're interested in the PPE supply chain topic, let me know and I'll share with you an editorial that the CEO of Penn Medicine, my colleague Kevin Volp, and I wrote about the limitations of just-in-time supply chains. But to emphasize my point, this is not a problem that can be solved next week. So let me articulate a different process of defining the problem. Albert Einstein allegedly said, if I were given 1 hour to save the planet, I would spend 59 minutes defining the problem and 1 minute to solve it. Whether this is true or not can be debated, but clearly a good problem definition is critical. You begin the process of defining the process by stating the problem. I like to state problems starting with the words, how might we, or in what ways might we? Because that language is open-ended and really focuses on the problem rather than already baking in a solution. For example, we frame a quality project preventing COVID as how might we increase the adherence to facial mask wearing here on campus. Write the statement down. Again, start with how might we, or in what ways. Next, let's apply the logic of the 5 whys. Ask yourself why. Why would we want to do that? What would be good about that? In our case, the answer might be, well, because it would increase compliance with good hygiene standards. Why? What would be good about that? Well, it would reduce the spread of COVID infections. And again, ask yourself, why? What would be good about that? We might say, well, that would lead to a healthier and safer campus environment. Now, nothing wrong with that, but do you really want to have your team work on the problem, how might we create a healthy and safe campus environment? Again, I think you get my point. As we keep on asking why, we're at risk of making the problem too broad. So how about doing the opposite? Rather than asking why, let's simply ask how. One way in which we might be able to address a problem, how might we increase the adherence to facial mask wearing on campus, is by reminding people to wear a mask. Another approach would be to make masks more widely available. So we might now think of the problem, how might we increase the availability of face masks here on campus? But we could focus our problem even further. For example, we might ask, how might we conveniently locate face masks? At some point, however, you really run the risk that you make the problem too specific, too narrow. That creates such a narrow problem definition that you're really ruling out many effective solution approaches that might prevent the spread of the virus with less effort and at lower cost. So my point is this. Quality problems can be stated at various levels of specificity. What I want you to do is to deliberately, to purposefully, to intentionally consider alternative problem statements. Write them down from the specific to the general. The why-how letter is really a very helpful tool that helps you in this exercise. Eventually, I want you to pick a problem formulation that you feel comfortable with. And in case of doubt, I suggest you err on the side of making the problem a little broader than you first envisioned it. Let me illustrate the power of the why-how letter as an approach towards defining problems using an example of the rental car company Hertz. Hertz, a number of years ago, oftentimes faced the problem of long lines and thus long waiting times at the airport rental car stations, which is arguably a really bad quality outcome. Now, a natural way to frame the problem thus is to, how might we shorten the time in line? When you do this, you really take the current process as a given, and most likely you end up with improvements such as better staffing or faster computers. Now, don't get me wrong, these are exactly the type of solutions we talked about in much of the earlier parts of this course. So I really like that. But how about this? Let's ask why. Why would we want to shorten the line? Or what would be good about a shorter line? By doing so, we broaden the problem. So why shorten the line? Well, we really want customers to get out on their way to their destinations faster. Isn't that interesting? Now we could tackle the problem, how might we get our customer to their way to their destination faster? That is a related, but it's a different problem. We just broadened the problem. This allows us really to think outside the box. Maybe we don't need a line at all. How about customers go right to the car? How about the car waits for them at the gate? Ultimately, the idea of Hertz Gold was that frequent flyers, frequent customers of Hertz, would just go right to their cars without standing in line at all. That, however, was not a solution that you would have come up with if you had only worked on the initial problem, how might we have shortened the line? All right, I think I digressed a little bit here. We're in the quality module and your professor is talking about waiting lines. So back to quality. My idea behind the why-how letter is that you now have a framework that can help you define any type of problem. And of course, it includes quality problems. But really, quality problems are somewhat special as they relate to deviations from standards and specifications. So are there any specific tools, any standard tricks that we can play when dealing with quality problems? Thank you for asking. If you want to avoid bad outcomes, we have to reduce variation in the process, and we have to avoid that these variations lead to bad outcome. That was really the whole idea behind the Swiss cheese model. So how can we avoid such deviations? And how can we avoid that such deviations that still exist don't lead to that bad outcome? For that, we have to build processes that are fail-safe. Experts oftentimes talk about foolproofing a process. The term might be perceived as somewhat disrespectful and offensive, so jumping into the Japanese language once again might be helpful. Let me define poka-yoke as preventing mistakes from happening. Now, strictly speaking, with poka-yoke, mistakes should not happen inadvertently. Gross negligence or really evil intent by the operator could still trigger a bad outcome. Baka-yoke, in contrast, means literally foolproofing an operation. And baka-yoke can thus be thought of as really an extreme form of poka-yoke. Now, the effort required to make a mistake with baka-yoke would go up dramatically. You really have to try hard to make a defect. Now, these two terms capture the idea of a robust process that I mentioned in the first video of this module. A process is robust when random variations in input and environmental variables, which includes accidental mistakes, are avoided. And it's really robust when not even a fool can trigger a bad outcome. As the difference between these definitions of baka-yoke and poka-yoke suggests, there are really multiple levels of error prevention. Take the example of biker safety, a topic that you know by now is really close to my heart. The most basic protection comes in the form of traffic law. Traffic law in Pennsylvania states that drivers have to pass me, a cyclist, with a 4 feet distance. Now, most drivers don't know that law, but it's good to know that the law is on my side when I get hit by the truck. The next level, more fail-safe, is to put a sign near the road. I hate those signs. They say, share the road or watch for cyclists. The reasons why I share those signs is they have little impact on the drivers. Their view of sharing the road is simply different from mine. But at least it's better than doing nothing. The next level, more fail-safe, would be not just to have a sign, but clear markings on the road. In Philly, we fortunately have a number of bike lanes. They work pretty well, except for more recently, they have really turned the bike lanes into Uber drop-off and pickup lines. The fourth level of making a process more robust is often referred to as a multi-sensory. Now, an undesirable action is really hard on the operator. Look at these little barriers here. If that SUV driver wants to kill me, he or she can still do so, but now they really need to make an effort. Drivers who accidentally drift over into the bike lane, they get a very strong feedback in the form of their car starting to rattle. The ultimate foolproof way to keep our cyclists safe is to give us our own road network. You see this really a lot in Holland and throughout Europe. And to be fair, Philadelphia really has a great number of such bike paths. Now even our stupid and evil driver will not be able to hit the cyclist. The 5 whys and the why-how letter are great tools that can help you think about a problem at different levels of analysis. These tools don't provide you with answers, but they do steer you towards asking the right questions. When it comes to quality problems, most of the action is making workers adherent to some standards and some specifications. The 5 levels of prevention and foolproofing are not giving you an easy answer, but they force you to think about alternative ways to look for solutions. So I hope you found them useful as well. That's all I got for today. I'll see you next time. There's one last piece of content that I wanted to share with you as part of this module on quality. Just like the why-how letter, it is really a broader tool and it doesn't squarely fit into any of the boxes that I had outlined at the beginning of the module. But I should not teach a module on quality without talking about this concept, which is known as the PDCA cycle. Today, give me a few minutes to talk about the PDCA cycle, and then I will wrap up the module. So here we go. PDCA stands for plan, do, check, and act. With really everything that we discussed in this module, we're now well equipped to plan some process changes. Planning consists in a large part of analyzing past performance data. This should include things such as the fishbone diagram, the Pareto charts, but it might also include other elements that we've discussed in this course, such as process flow diagrams or OEE charts. The do piece is then about trying out a change. For example, you just thought about a way of preventing a major root cause from happening again. Maybe you found a way to offload the bottleneck. Sounds like a good idea, but will it work? You really cannot plan your way to success. At some point, you have to just try stuff out. Taking action is at the do part in the D of PDCA. Check then stands for the evaluation of your action. Whether or not that change works, that's really an empirical question. Just like hypotheses in other sciences are either supported or rejected by data, our process improvement idea is a speculative hypothesis as long as it hasn't been evaluated in practice. And then finally, act. ACT stands for acting on what you've learned in the experiment. If the experiment confirmed that the process change was a good one, you want to make it part of the standard of your work going forward. A famous, though somewhat cheesy saying in the process improvement community is that the road to quality has no end. I know, again, somewhat cheesy, but there's something in here. There's always something that you can do to improve the process further. That's what I like about the PDCA cycle. The cycle has no beginning and no end. You keep on cycling through PDCA, and hopefully along the way, your operations are going to improve. The PDCA cycle is also known as the Deming cycle, which honors the work of William Edwards Deming, who was a pioneer in the quality management community. Deming was instrumental in importing statistically rigorous approaches to learning and experimentation into the fields of operation management. That gets me to my last point in this module, and maybe throughout this course, and that is a combination of theory and empirical data. Good operations, in my view, just like in any science, requires an interaction between the real world, which tends to be messy and dirty and complex, and the academic tools that I taught you in this course. All right, let me summarize. This module was really light on math, only one equation here on the capability score, but very heavy on definition. I have a long list of vocabulary here for you to learn, but maybe more importantly, allow me to switch over and review the big picture, the narrative of quality management. We started this module with measuring variation. It was the idea behind capability analysis, whether we managed cucumbers, steering support parts, or M&M bags. There's capability scores which capture the likelihood that a realized observation is outside the specifications. Once we understood the variables in the process, we could conduct a conformance analysis to see whether or not our process is behaving in line with past behavior. If there's something abnormal going on, either statistically detected or detected by an operator, we want to do detect, stop, alert, JDOCA. Once we are stopping, we want to understand the root cause of why we're stopping. Why did we have the problem in the first place? That got us to the 5 why framework, the fishbone diagram, and the Pareto chart. And then finally, we talked about process improvement, in particular the concept of the why-how letter. How might we go about improving the process? And how can we make the process more robust so that future variations in input or environmental variables will not again lead to a bad outcome? That together creates a Deming cycle. It is really a loop of problem solving, a loop of quality improvement that never ends. All right, are you ready for the one practice problem of the module? Here it comes. I'm not sure it's all that creative, But for one last time, put me on hold and try it by yourself. All right, so let's look at this together. So we have these weights of the beef pads, and in the following, I didn't say this explicitly, but let's just assume they follow some sort of a normal distribution. The mean we said is 250, the standard deviation is 4 grams, and the specification limits are 240 and 260, so that's the interval. And so then when we compute a CP score, we look at CP as 260 minus 240, upper specification limit minus lower specification limit, and we're going to divide this by 6 times the standard deviation. And that is, in this case here, 20 divided by 24. So if you want to make sure that this is a 6 sigma process, the CP score has to be equals to 2 now. We're not going to use a generic, not 4, but a generic standard deviation. And so we said 2 is equals to 20 divided by 6 times sigma, where the 20 is really the 260 minus the 240. We solve this equation for sigma. We do so, we cross multiply, and then we want to get that sigma is equal to 20 divided by 12. With that standard deviation, it's a 6 sigma process. That concludes the module on quality. As I said before, this module was less mathematical and maybe even at times somewhat philosophical. But for the better or for the worse, the complexity of real operations cannot always be squeezed into a set of elegant formulas. We're better off simply admitting that. And then we can iterate, we can prototype, we can experiment. Our models are still useful. We're not just randomly trying process improvement ideas out. Good theory in the form of good models will guide us where to look next. These models will help us formulate hypotheses, and they will guide us in their testing. With that approach, operations is as much as a science as physics or psychology. Thank you for your time. All right, you made it through the course. Congratulations. Thank you for your time. I thought that rather than me just saying goodbye in this last module, after all these hours we spent together, I owe you a little more of a personal goodbye. By now, you already might be sick and tired of my personal examples, but here's one last one. I promise it's the last story of this course. And it starts in the winter in Philadelphia. What happened? Well, here is the story. This is a picture of my son Jan and myself. The thing behind us, however, is not our car. At that time, my wife and I had 2 teenage drivers in the house, and in our view, having a car that accelerates from 0 to 60 miles per hour in 4 seconds was not the right vehicle for our young drivers. But Jan and I really liked electric cars, so we wanted to try one out, and we agreed on the plan to rent a Tesla. Now at that time, this was a couple of years ago, renting a Tesla was really hard. So we went on this platform called Tool. If you have not seen Tool, it basically works like Airbnb, it's just for cars. On Tool, I met this gentleman by the name of Marlon. Great guy, super friendly, super fun, but just for the record, this is his profile picture on Tool, not my inability to use an iPhone as a camera. Marlon was willing to rent us out his Model S for a weekend. Now, driving around in the car was fun, especially for someone who has mostly been driving a Toyota Prius before. Now, I don't know if this has ever happened to you, but it was winter in Philly, and it was cold. And what can happen when it gets cold is that the air in the tire compresses. So the tire alarm went on, over and over again. So we had to do the most embarrassing thing you can do with a Tesla, which is what? Right, pull into a gas station. That fixed the problem. But after 1 hour, the tire alarm went on again. We had enough and just called it a day. Sunday morning comes along. I leave you alone with my religious beliefs, but most Sundays we go to church. So we took the Tesla and parked it behind the church. Some 90 minutes later, we come out of the church, and what do we see behind our Tesla? A tow truck. This is when I got really mad. I said, "Get away from my car. This is fully legal parking here." Now, the tow truck driver was a little puzzled. He said, "Well, I got the service request that this car is in need for new tires. And so I took the liberty to replace all your tires. You, sir, are good to go." Wow. What a magic customer experience. I didn't ask for this service. I didn't call the tow truck. My demand was fulfilled before I said a word to Tesla. I share this story as I think it offers us a glimpse into the future of operations. First, to really delight customers, to really maximize willingness to pay, future operations will not just wait for the customer demanding something, they will know what the customer needs, maybe even before the customer knows herself. That gets us to the power of big data and predictive analytics. Second, even in the future, great operations will still have to keep fulfillment costs low. There still will be an efficiency frontier. Note that this request was not handled by a Tesla mechanic. The diagnostic happened automatically via the onboard electronics, and the mechanic was sourced via subcontracting, capacity on demand. Tesla does not have to pay when the mechanic is idle. In my example, willingness to pay went up, and the fulfillment costs were kept low. That is the key to good operations. Any industry you can think of is going through massive changes caused by digitization. Moreover, the rapidly changing geopolitics in our world will dramatically impact future operations. But in all this turmoil, one thing is clear to me. Despite what you hear from some self-declared technology gurus talking about artificial intelligence and robots, we will not be running out of work. There will be students who need to be educated, patients that need medical care, and new technologies that have to be developed. It also looks like the Western world has to relearn how to manufacture products. So in my arguably biased view, operations management, the science of analyzing and improving work, has never been more interesting. Whatever work you might be doing, I hope you found this course helpful. Thank you for all the work you put in. Let's stay in touch via Twitter or LinkedIn. For now, goodbye or auf Wiedersehen.